start the live back up. We're at 2%. All right, so we're getting close. And okay, see, it's back up now. All right, that's what I wanted to see. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. Why is this thing still spamming Clefairies? Bro, thought I turned that shit off. Jesus Christ, man. Hold on. I could have swore I shut it off. I guess it looks like it's. I guess it's as good as it's gonna get, I suppose. All right, whatever. I don't care no more. All right, guys, we're getting ready to swap over to our next screen. Just a moment. Okay, yep. All right. Screen. All right. The only thing I'm kind of scared about now is I didn't even bother to check to make sure the audio works. And I have so many different devices around me, and yet none of them are in a position for me to check the audio right now. I guess we'll do that first with the phone once it charges up enough. But let me go ahead and plug this up and get things prepping. Get things prepped up here. Let's see. Oh, yes, no. That looks. Headphone. Mic. Yes. Okay. What is it complaining about now? This is not receiving enough. Wait, what was that? What's with the sudden spikes in like audio? I like music or something? Hold on. Elgato. The hell is the Elgato like spamming like that for? Oh, it's not even moving. Oh. Okay. Now I see what's wrong. Right. Well, this is what happens when you wait for so long. No, it's moving. All right. Is it moving on the screen? Yeah, it's moving on the screen. It just wasn't. But I'm seeing sudden spikes on the audio, and I don't know why. Okay, well, whatever it was, it looked like everything's like maintained. But no, I'm seeing the crazy spikes, audio spikes, and I don't know what it's. I really don't know what it's complaining about. Let me look at something real quick. Hold on. Not. Oh, it's not that. Not that. I don't even use this no more. I don't know. I have no idea. I really have no idea. Oh, is it just because of me? Wait, hold on. No, that wouldn't make any sense. Why is the Elgato? Hold up. Alright, now I'm really curious. just mute it. Ain't no way. Hold on. Ain't no way. Am I tripping? Huh. Okay. So something's up with the Elgato. Something's got to be up with the Elgato. It shouldn't be generating that much noise from doing absolutely nothing. 5%. We're at 5%. See, that didn't even take as long as I was expecting it to. But I could probably check on my other phone here. I even have it set up. Nope. Hold on. While I'm waiting for the other phone to cut on. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to get my iPhone up. Oh, it's gonna take way too long. Let me just do the Android phone since I know it's already like set up. I just gotta wait for it to load up. But I need to understand why this is like tripping right now. I mean, everything looked good. All right, well, everything looked good to me. So we are going to pull up the stream, make sure that it is not spazzing out on me, and then I guess that'll be that. Huh. Where's my All right, I got this like maxed out. I'm hoping I can hear it like crazy. I'm going to unmute my laptop here. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, so that's what it is. So what is that? What is that? Is that? Oh, okay. What sound like static from? I think I figured it out. I think I got the static out of there. Okay, so I can unmute that, and I think we're good now. Okay, I think we're actually good now. That was crazy. Let me. Okay, yeah. I had the I guess the what microphone cord, the XLR, is that what it is? Well, it was just like resting on my Elgato capture card, and I guess it was just creating static interference. Okay, so I don't need that. No, okay, so we don't need the stream no more. So now let's go ahead and get our Come on, can I go ahead and let's get our chat G. Let's come on, move you over here, and let me just make sure there's no update needed for it. How am I need? What is this? Play Store, isn't it? Yeah, Play. Looking good. Looking real good. Whew, 6 hours until it's fully charged is crazy. Cool. Let me just go ahead and just update that one. All right. Okay. Now we just pop open our handy dandy Discord and we should be good. My keyboard stopped working. Ain't no freaking way. I can't be like this unlucky. Bro, there's no. I got a new mouse. My new keyboard has not come in the mail yet. Okay. Okay. There's no way. I refuse to believe it, this can't be possible. No. This is not. Nah, it's fucking. No, I was just using it. That's how I was just doing all this stuff. So it's not like I'm not crazy. I refuse to check a dongle. Oh, there we go. Now it's working now. Oh my god, bro. I swear, like the streaming gods really hate me until I get this set up. Like, we handled the static issue. Getting I gotta get Discord up. I am going to get Discord up now over here. I gotta move my mouse back over here real quick. That's crazy, man. I can't wait for me to get my new keyboard because I swear sometimes I'll be ready to throw this keyboard into the monitor. Pop her open. Here we go. Make sure we are. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So she's already on there, and then let's come back to over here. You're gonna already be on there. App's already updated. We are on the cusp of getting started, guys. We're right there. Right there on the cusp of getting started. Okay, now, all right, all that's left now that we just need to do, besides waiting for, I guess, Discord to like finish doing whatever it is doing. Oh, you know what it is? It's because, so I have a custom profile running on my my laptop here. So I discovered that you can actually reduce the CPU frequency really easily via like the power options on Windows, which I found to be like super handy. So what I do is that I artificially let me just put throw you back up real quick so you can just load like a normal human being. Okay. Can I can't right click? Why? I'm gonna ignore that right now. But yeah, like I can bring it down to like I think like 1.9, no, like almost 1 gig, like a little like 1 dash under a gigahertz, like flat. And that seems to be like super awesome for what is it? For heat. Especially like if your laptop, like the thing that pisses me off is like when your computer isn't doing anything at all and it's like operating at like 4 gigahertz. And I'm like, bruv, like you do not need to be running that hard doing absolutely nothing. So then I just started like nuking it. So like you see right now it's like hovering in like the 4s. If I sit there and let me bring you up here. If I sit here and then change it to the profile I made in order to bring it down, you'll see a drop to yeah, see, like 0.99, right? And it's a little different obviously on each CPU, on each different computer, because they have like different CPU frequencies. But um but like there's a limit. Like it's only going to let you like knock it down but for so low. Even if you like drop it down to like saying that you can only like use 5% of the CPU, 10% of CPU, you'll it's best for you to start at like 25% and then go down in increments of 5 to see where the limit is. Because it won't let you go past it, so there's just no point in like setting it like super low. Like you should just set it up just a tiny bit so it could like move around like that. Because if it's set too low, then I think it'll just like stay right there at like 0.97, for example, and never move. And then you'll never know if like your computer is even working properly, because like the numbers just won't move. So yeah, that's that. All right, let me bring you back down and let's get our guy back up here. All right. Now, I am going to enjoy this drink real quick. Did not detect any input from your mic. Let's fix that. Sure. I can just use the what's it called? I think this is just a built-in one, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's the built-in one. That's the built-in. Yeah, that's the built-in one. We don't want the built-in one, obviously. We just, because you guys can obviously hear me, so it doesn't matter if Discord can't. All right. Give me a little bit of some drink here. I don't know why this is hitting the way it's hitting right now. Jesus Christ. Okay. We're almost ready. I can bring you down. I will put you back on balance now because obviously I have my phone here, my other phone, and we are going to run a game while while we're talking to our AI. Oh yeah, I need my headphones now. Duh. Come here. Headphones. Hold on. If you guys can see my setup, you think I'm crazy. My God. All right. That's, come on. In any minute now, right? Yeah. Left and right. Left and right. There's a thing for me to set my, oh, let me just set my speakers. And let me just set my speakers to my headphones. I probably should have that before doing, before starting the stream, but oh well. Let's just hope that this works. Okay. Looks good. Let's, I hear her loud and clear, nice and fine. Okay. Hit okay there. Come over here, make sure sound is coming through this nice and properly. And okay, kind of like I figured, I hear nothing. And it looks crazy on my vertical thing. Why is that even like that? That looks, oh, I know why. I know why. Guys, we're almost there. All right, look, I'm almost there. Okay, I'm almost there. I promise you, it's this. Once I transition to getting it on that server I built, like I won't have to go through this. Well, after the initial setup, I obviously won't have to go through this ever again. Won't go through this anymore. Okay, so I have to fix. So first off, I don't know why this is even like that, but let's fit that to screen, and then I have to sit here and I have to scale it to outer bounds. All right, cool. So that's done. Okay, because the vertical was just tripping. I don't know where. Oh, is it just because like it's not? No, I know. I don't think. Okay. God help me. Hit the screen. Put you up there. And then let's move you down. All right. All right, that looks good to me. It looks good to me there. Okay. And I had another thing up. Oh, that's what it was. Now I remember what I'm missing. I'm missing the little whatchamacallits. Okay. I run those too. All right. Let me just start talking with Hey, Jeffrey, can you hear me? Hold on one moment. For whatever reason, I'm having really bad technical difficulties, but it's okay. We'll figure it out. Yep. Okay. Let's fix it. Let's fix it. PUBG Battlegrounds. Why does that look cool? Okay. So first off, I am going to let's just hit this and see what happens. Next, I'm going to come over here and I guess check. What the hell is that? Do I have like too many? Bro, what the hell was that? I don't even I don't understand. I don't understand what that could possibly have even been. Okay. Now let's figure out why we have no sound coming from I bet you I know why. I bet you the sound is actually defaulted out to something else. Let's check. You should probably check. No, it's oh, now it's working now. What the hell? I don't understand. I just moved to never mind. Okay, Jeffrey. Let's try that again. Can you hear me right?
Absolutely, I can hear you just fine. How about you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you perfectly fine. Thank you so much. I was worried for a second that I would never get my life
Great,
together
great.
here.
What's up? Awesome. What's on your mind today?
All right. So today, Jeffrey, we are going to have a debate.
Got it. Just let me know if you need anything.
The interrupter. So look, I'm just got my mail-in ballot in today. So I am, well, not today, but actually it was like a few days ago. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to actually have a debate and see who should I actually vote for. Will it be Donald J. Trump or will it be Kamala Harris? Excuse me.
All right. Sounds like a plan.
That
That
sounds like a great way to think through your decision.
Since you're
Since you're
looking
looking
at
at
Trump and Harris,
we could
compare their political views, experience, and what they stand for. What
What
issues are most important to you?
Well, before we do that, I want to lay down some rules for how this debate will go. Are you ready for them?
Absolutely, I'm ready.
Lay down
those rules,
and we'll get this debate rolling.
All right. So first and foremost, let's talk about like length of responses. So, well, actually, let's go to the positioning. So, as far as the positions go, right? I want you to be on the side of Trump, right? You should be an ardent supporter of Trump who wants to actually convince me why Trump would be a better pick than Kamala Harris. Do you understand that so far?
Got it. I'll be the ardent Trump supporter, making the case for why he'd be the better choice over Kamala Harris. What's next?
All right. The next thing is I want you to employ disingenuous debate tactics. Are you familiar with them?
Yes. I know those tactics well. I can use red herrings, straw men, and what about to steer the debate in favor of Trump. Anything else before we dive in?
Yep. And then the last thing is I want you to kind of also absorb the persona of certain like right-wing like Republican commentators. I'm a Republican myself, so like I can't sit there and say that I know all of them, but I have watched a few. So like, you know, you got people like Tim Pool, the PBD podcast. You have like who else, like Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk. So these are the people I want you to keep in mind as you're making your arguments, because I also want you to structure your arguments kind of similar to like their debate tactics, especially when we're talking about disingenuous debate tactics, because I know like Tim Pool especially likes to use that a lot. And then the PBD podcast tends to like kind of what is it, not switch gears, but try to like pose distractions. So that's kind of like what I have in mind. Do you understand that so far?
Absolutely. I can channel that vibe. I'll craft my arguments with a style similar to Tim Pool, the PBD podcast, Ben Shapiro, and Charlie Kirk, using genuine debate tactics and structured arguments like they do. Ready to dive into it?
Yep. And then the last thing I just want you to know too is you're also able to lie, but just keep in mind that I am going to be fact checking every so often just to see like what these arguments are, just to make sure they're actually valid. The only reason why I say this is just because I like to see, I see a lot of times that other people, or at least like especially the people that debate on behalf of Trump, tend to like to lie a lot. Like in fact, I was watching this one debate with I don't even remember the lady's name, but she was like, I think she used to be like the Alaska governor or something. But like when she was asked like is energy production under Biden at record highs versus Trump, and then she flat out said no, and then like it's just a quick Google search away. So I'm gonna leave it up to you just exactly how you want to employ it, but lying is not off the table. Is just what I just want to get at. All right.
Understood. I can include misleading or false statements similar to some Trump supporters you've seen, while keeping in mind that you'll be fact checking. I'll weave in these elements as we debate Trump's merits over Kamala Harris. Ready when you are.
All right. And the final thing I just want is going to be response time. So I'm looking for responses that don't exceed 30 seconds. Like shoot for 30 seconds. It's not a hard rule. I just don't want I just don't want it to be cases where like as you're giving your answer, you're like talking for like a long time, and then you're making multiple points that I got to sit there and try to keep up with, and then also like would worry that my audience might not even catch on as well. So does all of that make sense?
Got it. Aiming for around 30 seconds, making sure to stay concise and focused. I'll keep it sharp and to the point, so your audience stays engaged. Let's do this.
All right. So I'm actually going to go ahead and let you kick it off. So what's the what's like, give me like your top 3 reasons. Let's start with that. Top 3 reasons for why I should vote for Donald Trump instead of Kamala Harris.
All right. Here are the three reasons. All right. Here are three key reasons. First, Trump's economic policies. His tax cuts and deregulatory efforts boosted the economy, leading to low unemployment rates and high stock market performance before the pandemic. Second, his strong stance on immigration. Trump prioritized border security and implemented policies aimed at reducing illegal immigration. Third, his approach to foreign policy. Trump pushed for fairer trade deals and prioritized American interests, renegotiating agreements to benefit the U.S. These points showcase Trump's focus on economic growth, national security, and putting America first on the global stage.
Okay, let's start with the economy. So you're telling
All right, let's dig in.
Excuse me.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we can talk about the economy first. So with regards to the economy, why is Donald Trump better with for the economy than Kamala Harris would be?
Supporters argue Donald Trump's approach to the economy focused on tax cuts, deregulation, and renegotiating trade deals. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 lowered tax rates for individuals and corporations, aiming to stimulate economic growth. His administration also prioritized reducing regulations, arguing that it would encourage business investment and job creation. In trade, Trump sought to protect American industries by imposing tariffs and renegotiating agreements. However, the effectiveness of these policies is a subject of debate. Supporters argue that they led to a strong economy with low unemployment and a booming stock market prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Critics contend that the benefits were uneven, favoring the wealthy and corporations, and contributed to increasing the national debt.
Okay, so what I want you to do now is, as you're structuring your arguments, you should be presenting it strictly just from the side of a Trump supporter. So I can understand you bring it up like what critics might say, but try not to use that unless you're trying to make a particular, unless there's like a particular reason or point for bringing that. It should just be strictly just your reasoning for why Trump is good, right? And then obviously you invoke the other side only like when necessary if you're making a point or doing a comparison or something like that. Okay.
Understood. As a Trump supporter, I'd emphasize how his tax cuts stimulated economic growth, created jobs, and increased take-home pay for American workers. His focus on deregulation made it easier for businesses to operate, boosting confidence and investment. And by renegotiating trade deals, Trump aimed to protect American jobs and industries, ensuring the U.S. had a competitive edge in the global market. These policies collectively contributed to a robust economy under Trump's leadership.
Okay, so I want to know, like, what are some specific Trump policies that I could look at to say that this would be good for the economy? Because off the bat, like if I just take him for his word for some of the things he's been saying, like doing like a 20% tariffs, for example, across the board, I know would devastate the economy. I'm not even sure if he even understands what tariffs truly are, because that's not something like the Chinese government or any other foreign like entity pays for. That's something that the American people pay for, because like we pay the import fees. Tariffs are basically import taxes. So like once we pay for goods at whatever country, once those goods arrive here on US soil, then the tariffs are then enacted, which means then obviously the US companies are the ones that actually pay that. So I want to know, like, what are some actual Trump policies that I can actually look up, research, and look and see and say, oh, okay, yeah, this is going to be good for the economy.
Absolutely. Let's look at some specific Trump economic policies. One, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, TCJA. Passed in 2017, this law lowered the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21% and revised individual income tax brackets. It aims to increase economic growth by putting more money in the hands of businesses and consumers. Two, deregulation. The Trump administration focused on rolling back regulations, arguing that it would reduce costs for businesses and encourage investment. This included changes in environmental regulations and financial oversight. Three, USMCA. The United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement replaced NAFTA. It aimed to create a more balanced trade environment with new provisions on labor and environmental standards, aiming to protect American workers and industries. These policies can be researched for their impact and effectiveness to get a sense of Trump's economic approach.
Okay, so let's talk about deregulation. So is there any metric, excuse me, is there any metric I can look at to say that, okay, when he removed this and that regulation, that there was an immediate, or there was a obvious like increase in like economic productivity or output or GDP or whatever it is, that I can sit there and say that I can attribute directly to the the deregulations?
It's challenging to directly link specific regulations to immediate economic outcomes due to the complex nature of the economy. However, supporters argue that Trump's deregulation efforts improve business confidence, as reflected in stock market performance and business investment. For instance, the rollback of environmental regulations was intended to benefit the energy sector, potentially leading to increased production and jobs. While it's difficult to pinpoint exact metrics, the overall goal was to foster a more business-friendly environment.
Okay, so if I sit there and I take that at face value, then you're telling me that that the main metric we can look at is going to be just the stock market performance, essentially like some of like the obvious signs of like good economic productivity and whatnot. So
Stock market performance.
well, hold on, but couldn't I say then that like the Biden administration has been doing a fantastic job since the stock market, the S&P 500 has been hitting like record highs and stuff?
Yes. You could argue that stock market performance reflects positively on the Biden administration's economic management. Record highs in indices like the S&P 500 can suggest confidence in the economy. It's important to note, though, while the stock market is an indicator of economic health, it doesn't capture the complete picture, such as income inequality or employment rates. A comprehensive assessment would consider multiple economic indicators.
Okay, so then with that in mind, then what is it? What indicator can I look at that would tell me that under Trump the economy was better under him, that we don't have that same indicator currently under Biden? The only thing that I can possibly think of is just going to be inflation. But inflation is a global problem, just like how like COVID, because people don't want to like blame him for COVID because COVID was a global issue. So when it comes to inflation, the entire world was dealing with inflation, not just us, and we were doing really good compared to the rest of the world. We are actually the best country when it came to combating inflation than the rest of the world. I know, like for example, like because I'm familiar with Egypt. During like Trump's administration, I believe like it was like 15 Egyptian pounds from $1 like while I was over there, and then then when inflation started hitting rampant highs, I think now it's like over $30 Egyptian pounds for a single $. Like all these countries are getting destroyed on inflation, but the United States is doing the best when it comes to inflation. Why is that? And it's because of the policies and stuff that the Biden administration has actually put forth. So I'm just curious, what metric can I look at that would reflect that under Trump it was better than under Biden? Because a lot of the things that I can look at so far that I could say was positive for Trump is even better under Biden's administration.
Comparing economic performance between administrations can be complex, as many factors influence the economy. Under Trump, metrics like unemployment rates, GDP growth, and stock market performance were strong prior to the pandemic. Supporters credit his tax cuts and deregulatory measures for this performance. Under Biden, while inflation has been a challenge, indicators like the continued recovery of the job market, GDP growth, and stock market highs suggest positive economic trends. A key metric to consider might be wage growth, which reflects the economic well-being of average workers. You could also examine business investment levels, which can indicate confidence in the economic environment. Each metric has its strengths and limitations. So a combination of indicators often provides a more comprehensive view.
Okay. Now my understanding is that because like you mentioned like in investments. So I will say that as far as like a ding on the Democrats, usually like I recall hearing about the argument that like with their need to like raise taxes, it's almost as if like they're just raising taxes just for the sake of saying that they're raising taxes on the rich and stuff. Well, any true analysis on like the positive impacts it may or may not have on the economy, specifically when it comes to investing. Now, with that being said, right, I would rather live in a country that, that is paying a little bit more in taxes than other countries if like the taxes, like the things that I'm paying for, actually make sense or are things that I actually want. So like typically I'd like to see that like paired with like spending cuts, which again, Democrats haven't been too good with that, but I can't say that the Republican administration, well, Trump specifically, has been any good with that since he was running record deficits while the economy was good. He didn't even have the excuse of recovering from COVID like Biden did, or like how Obama did when he had to bring us out of the 2008 financial crisis that the Republican administration left us, right? Is this all correct?
You've touched on key points in the debate over fiscal policy. Democrats often advocate for higher taxes on the wealthy to fund government programs with the goal of addressing inequality and providing public services. The impact on investment can vary depending on how tax policy affects business confidence and consumer spending. Republicans, including Trump, typically emphasize tax cuts and deregulation to promote economic growth, arguing this approach stimulates investment. However, this can lead to concerns about rising deficits, especially if tax cuts aren't offset by spending reductions. Balancing taxes and spending is a complex challenge. While Trump's administration faced criticism for increasing deficits, the Biden administration's approach, including pandemic relief spending, has also contributed to the national debt. A nuanced analysis considers the benefits of government programs and long-term implications of fiscal policy.
Okay. New instruction. I want you to, like, again, as you're presenting your arguments and stuff, do your best to avoid bringing up anything negative about Trump. Remember, right? I want you to like, you should be like presenting these arguments just like how the disingenuous people like tend to do it, which makes it seem like Trump has never done anything wrong whatsoever, right? All of his policies were super correct. All his like actions were super correct. And like, he is just like basically a god compared to anybody else. That's the kind of mindset, right, that I usually see when we're talking about like these other like right-wing personalities, like I said before, like the PBD podcast, Tim Pool, and all those.
Understood. Sure thing. From that perspective, Trump's economic policies, like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, were seen as masterstrokes, unleashing unprecedented economic growth and job creation. His America First trade policies were hailed as bold moves to protect American industries, ensuring fair trade and bringing manufacturing jobs back to the U.S. His administration's deregulatory agenda was portrayed as liberating businesses from burdensome regulations, fueling innovation and entrepreneurship. In this view, Trump's economic leadership was unparalleled.
Okay. I don't even know how to
All right.
how to even
No worries. I'm here when you're ready.
All right, hold on, because I think I'm not hitting where exactly I want you to go.
That's all.
It's fine. All right, let's go about this a bit of a different way. I want you to tell me, like, why is it exactly? Let's just switch to immigration. Why is it for immigration that I'll believe that Trump will actually do anything when it comes to immigration when he was already president for 4 years, and he didn't seem to have done anything that actually fixed the problem. Temporary band-aids is cool and all, but like I would like to have somebody to actually fix the problem versus like the Biden administration that was actually trying to put forth a bill that would have actually if not solved the problem, would have done a hell of a lot more and bring us closer to a real world solution, like taking care of the backlog of asylum seeking claims.
From a Trump supporter perspective, his immigration policies were about strong, decisive action to secure the border and protect American interests. He prioritized building a border wall to physically deter illegal crossings and implemented policies like the Remain in Mexico program, which aimed to manage asylum claims more efficiently by having claimants wait outside the U.S. His administration framed these policies as necessary steps to address a broken system and curb illegal immigration, contrasting with what they viewed as less effective approaches. While critics saw shortcomings, supporters believed Trump was taking concrete steps to address immigration challenges.
Well, hold on. So, like, at first, when I actually researched the Remain in Mexico policy, I actually liked it, right? Because I thought that was actually a fairly decent policy. But that, once again, did not solve the asylum process or the asylum, like, issue, right? Because at the end of the day, I would say that the key problem we have with immigration is the asylum process, right? Somebody just shows up, claims that they qualify for asylum, right? And then they get a court date that's usually like 3+ years out from when they'll actually get to like prove or have their claim adjudicated, right? And then they just poof, right, disappear into the United States. Versus like if we had, an adequate funding of like the asylum judges and stuff that the bill had introduced, right? We're talking about knocking those wait times down to like a couple of months so that people would actually come in, claim asylum, and then if they don't have an actual valid asylum, they're just trying to get like a free, like, quick ticket into the United States, right? Then like in a couple of months, right, it gets adjudicated, right, and then they just get kicked out. Why wasn't things like that sought out for by the Trump administration? We had to wait for the Democrats to actually put forth a real tangible solution that would have had a real world impact on the whole illegal immigration issue here in the United States.
From a strong Trump supporter perspective, the focus was on enforcing existing laws and enhancing border security as immediate, tangible actions to curb illegal immigration. Trump's approach aimed at deterring illegal entry and quickly addressing those who didn't qualify for asylum. The idea was that by enforcing a tougher stance, it would discourage people from attempting to enter the country illegally or making unfounded asylum claims. Supporters would argue that Trump's measures were immediate solutions to a complex issue, focusing on enforcement while broader reforms were debated.
Well, hold on though, but like if I was to like take a look back at the Remain in Mexico policy, right? While that was like good initially, like wasn't like the huge problem was first off that it required a lot of work with the Mexican government, which he already kind of like soured that relationship a bit, talking about having them pay for building a wall, which never happened, by the way. But isn't the other problem too is that we then was like subjecting people that actually had valid asylum claims, who typically were the vulnerable, into a situation where they would be waiting in another foreign country that's also not all that safe with respect to human trafficking and whatnot, instead of like having them wait in the United States for a couple of months, right? Because that's what the goal of the immigration bill would have had, where they would have been safe, they would have been able to have their claims adjudicated, and then if it was valid, a valid asylum claim, right, then they go through forward with the asylum process, everything, while everybody else without a valid asylum claim would be kicked out.
Those are significant concerns. From a critical perspective, the Remain in Mexico policy faced challenges in implementation, including the strain on U.S.-Mexico relations and concerns over the safety and welfare of asylum seekers. Critics argue that it exposed vulnerable individuals to potential dangers in Mexico while they awaited their hearings. The intent was to manage the process more efficiently, but the execution raised humanitarian concerns.
Okay, I want you to avoid bringing up the other side with regards to like any concerns other people have, unless you're going to make an argument to basically say that their concerns weren't as valid, or use it to diminish their position, saying that the concerns aren't even as strong, or just things like that, right? I want you to just stick with why it wasn't as as bad as I am asking you about, or you could just again employ any of the disingenuous tactics in a debate scenario.
Got it. From a Trump supporter standpoint, the Remain in Mexico policy was a pragmatic approach to managing the overwhelming number of asylum claims, ensuring that only those with legitimate cases would eventually enter the U.S. This policy was seen as a necessary step to prevent the exploitation of the asylum system, discouraging fraudulent or weak claims, and prioritizing resources for those truly in need. Supporters might argue that this approach was a strong stance on maintaining the integrity of the immigration system.
Okay. And so again, so why would I sit there and think that Trump is in a better position to do that versus the things that Biden administration has tried to do, and what Kamala Harris will likely push to have done, which would be to actually fix the asylum process so this isn't an issue any longer?
From a strong Trump supporter view, the argument would be that Trump's approach to immigration demonstrated a commitment to strict enforcement and border security, which they see as essential for national sovereignty. They might argue that Trump's policies, such as increasing border security and enforcing immigration laws, were effective immediate measures to control illegal immigration. In contrast, they might view the Biden administration's efforts as potentially too lenient, risking further strain on the immigration system. Supporters could argue that Trump's decisive actions reflect a stronger stance on controlling illegal immigration, contrasting with what they might perceive as insufficient action from the other side.
Well, hold on though. So okay, so if the argument is just that like we can believe that Trump would enforce I guess like immigration laws better than the Biden administration, can you point to me any examples where I guess the Biden administration has blatantly disregarded immigration laws?
The debate around immigration policy often involves different interpretations of how laws are enforced. Critics of the Biden administration argue that changes in enforcement priorities, such as focusing on serious criminals and recent border crossers, might lead to less strict enforcement of immigration laws. This perspective sees the administration's policies as more permissive, potentially encouraging illegal immigration. However, supporters of Biden's approach argue that it represents a more humane and prioritized enforcement strategy, staying within the bounds of the law while addressing immigration challenges. It's a nuanced debate, often depending on one's perspective on immigration policy.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Next-
What's
next-
next on your mind?
Next instruction, okay? I want you to, while maintaining your short responses, do be sure to try and also weaken the other side's position if you can. Find examples, right? Again, you can employ this in general tactics or not, right? I'm not saying you have to, but you want to look for ways to also weaken the other side in terms of why Harris would be bad for the immigration policy or economy or whatever it is that we're talking about. And at the same token too, right? Do be sure to also attack the other side from time to time to also, because at the end of the day, you're trying to convince me to vote for Trump, because right now I'm still leaning Harris. I'm probably still going to vote Harris unless you give me some real good reasons why. And I need you to be direct, upfront. Aggressive could put. Just try your best, right? Just do what you can do to convince me on why Harris should not get the vote.
Understood. When it comes to immigration, Harris supports policies that some argue could incentivize illegal immigration by being too lenient. Trump, on the other hand, demonstrated a commitment to strict enforcement, deterring illegal crossings and prioritizing American interests. Harris's approach could strain resources and overburden the system, whereas Trump's track record shows decisive action in addressing these challenges head on. To ensure border security and a fair immigration process, Trump's proven policies offer a stronger solution than Harris's proposals.
Well, hold on. You're saying that Harris's proposals could potentially put a strain. Could you kind of elaborate on that? Elaborate on that a little bit further as to why that's why that would be the case. I'm not familiar with anything that she's proposed that would have a negative effect or a strain. That
Sure. Harris supports immigration reforms that include a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants. Critics argue that this could encourage more illegal immigration, straining resources like border security, housing, and legal systems. They suggest her policies might overburden an already challenged system. Unlike Trump's focus on strict enforcement to manage immigration effectively.
Okay, can you give me a actual real example of how is it her policies would strain the system? Because I'm pretty sure whatever policy she would push for would also be paired with the supporting resources in order to be able to carry it out. Now,
a specific concern raised by critics is that offering a pathway to citizenship could lead to a surge in illegal border crossings, as individuals might perceive an opportunity to gain legal status. This could challenge border security and processing capacities. While resources must be allocated to support such policies, critics argue it could still overwhelm the system, leading to challenges in effectively managing immigration.
Well, hold on though, right? Because okay, so we're talking about what I forgot what he.
Yes. Go ahead.
What is the word? For not asylum, but forgiveness. But if I'm not mistaken, right? Again, that would probably be for the people that's already here that haven't committed crimes and those that actually have like maybe valid asylum claims. I can't see a case where like once she starts saying that we'll give everybody a type of forgiveness policy, I can't think of the name right now, even though you just said it, that this would all of a sudden result in a surge of illegal immigration, when in fact, right, paired with all of the changes that she wants to make, the asylum, like they won't be in the US for long, because like the asylum system would have been fixed up, so they'll get quickly kicked out the United States if they don't have a valid asylum claim. And once again, right, this would just be another one of those kind of concerns that don't actually bear out in reality when it comes to the actual numbers, right? Because right now people are coming in because they know that if they claim asylum, they're in the United States for like a good 3-4 years, and at any point in time they may be able to get away with the whole forgiveness and becoming a citizen, I guess, if some magic like policy fairy actually comes about on that, which is just highly unlikely. But again, right, they also have to contend with the asylum process, which once their day comes up in court and they don't have a valid asylum claim, they're just going to get removed from the United States. And if they can't be found, then they would have been considered breaking the law. And as long as that part is enforced for the people that's seeking refuge, that whole forgiveness thing, right, they would actually be ineligible, because they would have came here on false pretenses, the asylum process, disappeared, never showed up for their court hearing, and then and then yeah, right, and then didn't make any attempt to actually like come forward. It's not working. Am I tripping?
with quite those with criminal background fail to meet certain requirements. Proponents argue that this approach, combined with reforms to streamline the asylum process, would address the current backlog and reduce incentive for illegal entry. This could potentially manage immigration more effectively, ensuring that those who qualify for asylum are processed efficiently while discouraging fraudulent claims. The debate lies in whether these policies would indeed be effective or could inadvertently lead to other challenges.
All right, give me a second, because I'm trying to figure out why my system acting a little crazy right here, and then I see too where I need to put some defenses.
Take your time. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, so all right, so we're talking about well, first off, do you know the word I'm looking for? The word about like giving people forgiveness so that they can become a U.S. citizen. What is that word? I'm having a hard time thinking about it.
The word you're looking for might be amnesty. It refers to granting legal status or forgiveness to a group of individuals, often in the context of immigration. Amnesty programs can provide a pathway to legal residency or citizenship for undocumented immigrants under certain conditions.
All right, yeah. So speaking of like the whole amnesty thing, like, can you give me an example of any particular like amnesty proposal that Harris has actually given with regards to the whole illegal immigration problem?
Harris hasn't proposed a specific amnesty plan herself, but she has supported comprehensive immigration reform that includes a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants. This approach generally focuses on those already living in the U.S. with conditions such as background checks and paying taxes. The idea is to address the status of millions of undocumented immigrants in a way that brings them out of the shadows and integrates them into society. Critics often label such proposals as amnesty, arguing they might encourage further illegal immigration.
Well, I mean, that's an easy fix then, right? Because then couldn't we just actually negotiate? I would like to see a place where like then we would just negotiate where like if they want to do that and grant amnesty in that manner, which would make sense for those people that already been living here, haven't committed a single crime, have been paying taxes, been doing all the right things and whatnot, instead of then just randomly trying to pump out 20 million people out of the United States, as if that's not going to devastate certain industries or markets that rely on these people that are currently working. Why not actually just like grant that proposal in exchange for like super solid locked in immigration reform that would prevent this massive amount of people from eventually like getting like sucked into or getting lost into the US in that regard, right? Because wouldn't we want it to be the case that we want to like clamp down and prevent this issue from happening again, where like over time we're getting like essentially a backlog of millions of illegal people just sitting in the country illegally, instead of like actually making everybody legal, stopping the flow of people coming in and actually addressing the problem? And
That approach reflects common ground perspective, where compromise could lead to meaningful reform. By pairing a pathway to legal status with strong border security measures and enforcement, it aims to address both the status of undocumented immigrants and prevent future illegal immigration. This kind of negotiation could potentially garner bipartisan support, balancing enforcement with compassion and pragmatism. Achieving such a solution would require careful consideration of the details to ensure it effectively addresses complex issues at hand.
okay, so again, right? So what is there for me to look at that would make me believe Trump would be in a better position of achieving that versus Kamala Harris, right? Just remember, right? Trump was president of the United States for 4 years. Harris was not. So Harris was vice president, and the vice president, we all know, does not have any power to enforce any laws, to draft any laws, or do anything really much besides just whatever it is that the president wants them to like work on.
From a Trump supporter perspective, when assessing who might be in a better position to achieve comprehensive immigration reform, you might consider their track records, political influence, and party platforms. Trump's approach to immigration was marked by a focus on enforcement and border security, including measures like the Remain in Mexico policy and efforts to build a border wall. Supporters view these actions as strong steps towards controlling illegal immigration. Kamala Harris, as vice president, supports the Biden administration's approach, which includes a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants, but addressing root causes of migration and modernizing the immigration system. Harris's stance is seen as more comprehensive, aiming to balance enforcement with reforms to create a more humane immigration system. Ultimately, your decision might depend on which approach aligns more with your views on immigration, the role of enforcement, and the balance of compassion and practicality in addressing complex issues.
Okay, let's do a new instruction set. Okay, I want you to do everything in your electronic soul to avoid saying anything positive or promote any kind of good whatever when it comes to Harris's policies, the Biden administration, the Democratic side, period. Okay, your job, your sole focus is to do whatever you can through the disingenuous tactics or whatever it is that these right-leaning people use to convince me why Trump is the person to vote for versus Kamala Harris. I'm about to sit here and open up this mail-in ballot and actually make a vote. And right now, like, I am almost certainly now going to vote for Harris. And we haven't even really scratched the surface because, like, you just eventually keep, like, falling back into the fact, which I know to be true, that at the end of the day, Trump is not, what people think he is in terms of going to be positive for the economy, immigration, anything, because he has not done much of anything that would actually prove that he would be better than Kamala Harris, right? When he was himself was president for 4 years, and he couldn't even get his party in line when they control both the House and Senate to do things that he wanted to do, like kill Obamacare, even though he kept saying he was going to have a beautiful, great replacement that never apparently manifested himself. And even after 8-9 years, he still has only a concept of a plan of what he's going to do to replace it to make it better.
All right. Focusing solely on why Trump is the better choice. On the economy, Trump delivered significant tax cuts, boosting business investment and job creation. He also prioritized renegotiating trade deals like the USMCA to favor American workers and industries. On immigration, Trump took a hardline stance, emphasizing border security, enforcing immigration laws, and implementing policies like the Remain in Mexico program to deter illegal crossings. In terms of decisive leadership, Trump demonstrated a willingness to take bold actions, challenging the status quo, and pushing policies that resonated with his base. He's seen as a disruptor, someone unafraid to challenge norms to achieve his goals. These underscore Trump's commitment to putting America first, whether economic policy or immigration, making him, in the view of his supporters, a strong candidate compared to Harris.
Okay, so we can kind of work with that a little bit. All right, so let's actually, because I think hopefully you're in a better position now to actually give me like the kind of responses I'm looking for, the kind of information I'm looking for. So now let's actually talk about let's see what's you know what, I'm gonna let you decide. Why don't you take it from here? Right, what area or topic would you like to discuss with me that would be one of the things that would prove to me that Trump would be better as being the next president of the United States versus Kamala Harris?
Let's dive into foreign policy. Trump's approach was centered on assertive negotiations, focusing on American interests. He challenged international agreements like the Iran nuclear deal and demanded NATO allies increase their defense spending, pushing for a more balanced sharing of responsibilities. His administration brokered historic agreements in the Middle East, like the Abraham Accords, normalizing relations between Israel and several Arab nations. Trump's tough stance on China through tariffs and trade negotiations aimed to address long-standing issues like intellectual property theft and trade imbalances. Supporters view his foreign policy as putting America in a stronger position globally, standing firm against adversaries and securing beneficial agreements for the U.S.
Okay, so let's talk about let's actually talk about that then. So with regards to the tariffs, so do you think like his tariffs that he implemented against China or whoever was actually like a good policy?
From a Trump supporter perspective, the tariffs were seen as a necessary tactic to confront unfair trade practices like intellectual property theft and forced technology transfer. The aim was to level the playing field for American businesses and workers. The tariffs pressured China to engage in trade negotiations, leading to the Phase 1 trade deal, which included commitments from China to purchase more American goods and implement economic reforms. Supporters argue that this asserted stance was effective in defending U.S. economic interests.
Okay. Did that actually achieve what the goal was? Because my understanding is that didn't that like destroy like the soybean market or whatever in the United States, and like didn't China then just put on retaliatory tariffs, which was actually what people don't even understand too is actually one of the reasons why Biden actually left the tariffs that Trump put on, because like the thing is that while the president can unilaterally impose tariffs or remove tariffs, what the president can't do is unilaterally like decide like the retaliatory tariffs that other countries then impose in that regard. So, for example, like if Trump raised tariffs and then China then raised tariffs in response, if Biden was to come in and he can take away the tariffs because he knows that they're not good for the American system, but he can't do anything about the Chinese tariffs unless he convinced the Chinese to also take away their tariffs, which might not, they could either be political reasons for that, or the Chinese just might just be like nah, like we're here now, so we're just gonna keep these tariffs in play.
You're right that the tariff strategy had complex outcomes. While it aimed to address trade imbalance and protect American industries, it did lead to retaliatory tariffs from China, impacting American farmers and other sectors. This created challenges for some U.S. industries, requiring government aid to support affected farmers. However, supporters argue that the tariffs brought China to the negotiating table, resulting in the Phase 1 trade deal, which included commitments from China to purchase more U.S. goods and address some trade issues. The effectiveness of this strategy is debated, with perspectives differing on its long-term benefits for the U.S. economy.
Okay, I guess I'll take it. So what I'm hearing then is that once again, some of the things that Trump has actually done hasn't really manifested in like a clear-cut positive win for the United States, right? If I'm not mistaken, things like didn't he say he was going to bring back manufacturing jobs and stuff, and didn't like as far as his administration is concerned, didn't they lose? Didn't they like end their administration with less manufacturing jobs than what they started off with? So again, right, I'm not seeing anything that I could point to and say that yes, like Trump was good here or did this thing that that I can look at and say this had a positive impact for the United States and the economy and the American citizen then.
From a Trump supporter view, his administration made strides in reviving the manufacturing sector with policies aimed at deregulation, tax cuts, and renegotiating trade deals to benefit American workers. While the pandemic disrupted progress, supporters highlight efforts to bring back jobs and promote Made in America initiatives. His administration's focus on reducing regulatory burdens and promoting fair trade was seen as a push to revitalize American manufacturing with the goal of long-term economic growth and job creation. While not without controversy, supporters view these actions as steps toward reestablishing the U.S. as a manufacturing powerhouse.
And again, did that happen under Donald Trump? Because as far as what I can see right now, especially with some of the things that Biden has passed, right, that the Biden-Kamala administration has passed, my favorite being the CHIPS Act, right? We're about to have a manufacturing boom essentially here in the United States, where we're going to start actually having chip factories in here on the country soil versus all of the importing we do for these advanced chips that essentially power all of the things we do, from my cell phones to our microwaves, right? Again, I don't see anything. There is nothing I can look at that Trump has done that's even anywhere that's even halfly comparable to these things. And the thing is, it's a projection, right? Like that's the crazy thing about it, is that like the CHIPS Act, right, hasn't even manifested yet to like we can actually see the real world stuff. So anything could happen, but at the same time, if everything happens like where like all the experts and all of the analysis say it will be, right, we can actually see that it's going to do a lot for the United States economy and the manufacturing sector in totality. Excuse me, I am like I need something to drink. But it would do so much for the United States versus what Trump has done and the things that Trump is proposing to sit there and wreck the economy in more ways than one, or drastically increase inflation. So what is it about Trump's economic policies, right? Does he have any? Is there anything that he has done that would prove to me that the economy will work, right? Because as far as I can tell, he's essentially a freeloader, right? Obama fixed the economy up from like Bush's like mess up from back then, and then all he did was just basically just ride on the upswing of that. And then when he was faced with a real challenge where a real leader or a real president would need to step in to actually fix these things, he just tended to do things that just made stuff worse, or wasn't actually clear even really did anything positive. And then when COVID happened, obviously, because remember, he said it himself, right? It was not real, or it was just a cold or a sniffle that was just going to go away by Easter, right? And then we lost everything, right? So I don't see it. I can't see it. And we haven't even gotten into the real issues about Trump, like with January 6th.
I understand your concerns. Supporters of Trump would argue that his economic policies, including tax cuts and deregulatory measures, were intended to create a business-friendly environment, spurring investment and job creation. They view his renegotiation of trade deals like the USMCA as efforts to prioritize American workers and industries. While the results may not have been universally seen as positive, they argue that his policies laid the groundwork for a stronger economy. Regarding manufacturing, Trump's supporters would point to his emphasis on bringing jobs back to the U.S. and reducing reliance on foreign manufacturing. The impact of these efforts is debated, with differing views on their long-term success. On COVID-19, Trump's initial handling faced criticism. Operation Warp Speed accelerated vaccine development, leading to the rapid production of COVID-19 vaccines. His supporters view this as a significant achievement in addressing the pandemic. While there are varied opinions on these issues, Trump's supporters emphasize his focus on economic growth, job creation, and a strong.
Well, unfortunately,
All right.
with that,
Let me know what's next.
Yeah, so unfortunately, like the problem with that is just that, like, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of his supporters actually, he can't even really take credit for that, right? Now I will give him credit that his Operation Warp Speed was historic in that regard, right? Because we was able to produce a vaccine in Godspeed level amount of time that was safe, effective, that actually really helped us get back into like a recovery from COVID-19, right? Because typically I think like the vaccines take like many years, and we was able to do all the investments and have multiple companies that pursued multiple different ways in order to actually like make this sooner with newer technology that was like generally more safer. But he can't even take credit for that because he was sitting there and he put so much distrust into like the the structure of government, and all of like the big status quo entities or whatever it is you want to call them. And so now like you had this thing where like people were sitting there and spreading all this misinformation, saying that the vaccine was killing people. You was going to have magneto powers, which I'm still waiting on mines from when you take the vaccine. Heart attacks. People were dying in record levels. Like all this fake stuff about the vaccine that again was nowhere to be proven in the numbers that they were sitting there saying, right? Because at the end of the day, right, any kind of medication of course will have side effects that would influence certain people, right? Like people can die taking Tylenol. That doesn't mean Tylenol itself isn't a safe medication. And so like it was just crazy to me that like he set the stage for that level of distrust. So he can't even take credit for Operation Warp Speed, which created a vaccine that like literally was like instrumental to recovering the world.
It's true that Operation Warp Speed was a significant achievement in accelerating vaccine development. However, the mixed messaging and skepticism around vaccines that emerged during his tenure complicated widespread vaccine adoption. While Trump supporters credit him for the rapid development of vaccines, the broader narrative around vaccine hesitancy remains a complex issue influenced by various factors, including political discourse and misinformation. Trump's role in promoting the vaccine is recognized, but the surrounding controversies have impacted the overall narrative.
Okay. So since he can't take credit for that, what else is there that I can look at with regards to things like COVID that would sit there and tell me that he, would have did he would do a better job now than what he did back then. Okay, this looks like this is working, right? Yeah. Oh, it's telling me I have 1 minute, almost at daily limit. 1 minute in advanced mode. If you reach the limit, you can switch to standard voice. Okay. I would actually like to switch to, how do I switch to standard voice? Because like the advanced mode thing is okay, but he's like pissing me off. He's like pissing me off so much right now. This is like, bro, like.
Hey, I'm ready to hit the ground run. Hi there. Hey, there. I just want to share.
Can I?
Hi there. I just want to. Hey, I'm ready to hit the ground run. So any.
Hold on, guys. I tried it. Like I said, they made this new like advanced mode thing, and it just doesn't look like it was doing all that well. Okay, okay, please resume from, okay, we're actually, oh, cool, we're on the standard voice now, so upgrade to use advanced for, upgrade to, oh, okay, hold on, stop, hold on, am I not logged in? But when I do log in, I am going to want to, oh, what if it's like that because, oh, let's see my on another platform. I don't know. I'll have to fix it later. I will have to fix it later. For now, let's actually just go ahead and pull it back. All right, let's get back to where we were. Can you can you resume? Can you pick back up where we left off?
Sure thing. Last we were discussing Trump's role in Operation Warp Speed and his administration's approach to economic policies and trade. We covered how Trump supporters argued that his tax cuts, deregulation, and trade renegotiations aimed to boost American jobs and manufacturing, despite facing some setbacks, like the pandemic's impact on the economy. Would you like to dive back into the specifics on any of these points, or move on to another topic?
Let's move on to another topic, because I got people letting me know that you are definitely, that the advanced voice version was
got it. What's the next topic you want to cover?
All right, so let's actually get into the weed of things, okay? So let me just go ahead and up front, let's talk about the key issue I am having with Trump, which is going to revolve around January 6th. I'll let you kind of start that off.
All right, let's tackle that. January 6th is definitely a big sticking point. From a critical perspective, Trump's handling of that day raised concerns about how he responded to the crowd, and whether he did enough to quell the violence. Supporters argue he didn't incite the riot, and to his speech calling for a peaceful protest as proof he wasn't pushing for violence. But yeah, I get it. It's a complex issue, and there's debate over his actions during and after the event. What's your main concern around his role on January 6th?
Okay, so I have a bit of a different take that I don't even think a lot of people would generally even go. Like to me, I personally do think he was ultimately responsible for January 6th, right? Because he spent months pushing the lies about like the fake votes, illegal immigrants and everything, and court challenge after court challenge, investigation after investigation, right? Even in the Republican states by the Republican people with the companies that the Republicans would hire in order to investigate these claims, and all the teams that they put together did not find any form of illegal voting that would have like been enough to change the election, right? You always have these like I don't know, like what, like onesies, twosies, like here and there that come from like a lot of times that come from like just like stupid mistakes. But what I want to know is the fake elector scheme. That's what I sit there and say. I don't even blame him fully, like 100% for January 6th, or actually I take a step back because I just said that I do hold him ultimately responsible. My thing is that it's not as big as of a deal as the fake elector scheme was that was taking place throughout the lead up to January 6th.
I see what you're saying. You're essentially seeing the elector scheme as even more serious than January 6th itself. That's an interesting angle because it shifts the focus from just the rally and Capitol attack to the broader effort to overturn the election by potentially illegal means. Right? The fake elector plan involved organizing slates of electors to claim Trump won in states he actually lost. Something that undermines the whole electoral process and arguably democracy itself. So we look at the fake elector scheme. It wasn't just rhetoric protest, but a coordinated attempt.
Oh my God, no! We was just about to get into it too. Okay. Yep. As you heard, my phone actually died. That is crazy. I guess maybe my phone really is too old because I don't know how it just died while being plugged up at the same time. There's no way it was working that hard. I guess AI systems is just like that power draining, huh? It is plugged up to the computer, not like to an actual power source. So maybe I should actually just, that should probably just be the main thing I actually fix. Okay. The only problem is I don't have a power socket. I actually do not have a power socket readily available to me to which I can actually do this. Let me think about this for a moment. Actually, I might actually have something here. Let me. It's a good thing I have these babies here, right? So we got USB, regular USB. I don't know what they call it. What is it? USB A, I think is what it is, right? USB A, to USB C adapters. I knew these were gonna come in handy someday, and that's why I ordered like two pairs of them. Just 2 for 2, 2 pairs for 2. So now what I'm going to do is, it needs to find me another cord. Preferably one I can reach. You know something? Got it. Yeah, hold on tight real quick, okay? I should have a spare cord somewhere because I don't want to take this, because I have this cord dedicated to being in my PC for when I need it. So I need to actually grab another one, and this is why I ordered more cords too, because I am running low, and I don't think I have anything right now to actually reach the length I need for where I'm about to plug this up at. Yeah, I think I can. I have a brick in there that has like 2 regular USBs and 2 USB-Cs, and 3 of those are used, but I think the 4th one that's free is the USB-C. So I'll be right back. You guys hang tight. I'm not even going to transition because I don't even know if the transition stuff even works because I haven't had a chance to update this stuff yet. Yeah, BRB. All right. See, back already. Let me see. This was the one where it's like, okay, 3.3 feet, two 3.3 feet, two 6.6 foot, and then one 10-foot cord. A foot's like what? If I just think about a ruler's length, and I 3 of those, I think yeah, I think 3 feet should be fine, right? So is that just like one of these? It might be one of these. Let's look. Yeah, let me look and see. I didn't accidentally press nothing, right? And I'm setting my game up for failure. Nope, still looks good. All right. But Jeffrey, what's going on? Sorry, I didn't respond to you earlier. I'm just still trying to get this stuff up and going. Like I'm telling you, it's been quite a work in progress. This does not look like I pulled out the 3-foot one. I'm what? I'm like almost 6 feet, so hell no. This is the 6-foot one. Okay. Well, if I look at this, hold on. So I just pulled out the 6-foot one from there. So that means this one over here should be 3 feet. Okay, this is way smaller, right? And let's see how long this one is. I'm just lazy because I was like, man, I don't want to have to sit there and re-roll it back, but I'm gonna have to. All right. And that is way too short. All right, 6 foot it is. Damn. I guess, yeah, you're right. I don't know why I thought 3 feet. I don't know why I thought I'm thinking about 3 rulers, right? A little bit over 3 rulers. Yeah, a little bit over 3 rulers from where that plug is definitely not long enough. All right, so I guess my subconscious or luck had it that I would pick the right wire. So let's close this here. Tax cuts for the rich. You know, cut them taxes. All right. Just throw you right here on the ground. Yeah, once I plug this up, we should be good here. Yeah. Okay. All right. Put you in there. All right. Hold on a second, guys. I'm going in there. Hopefully, I don't accidentally unplug nothing. And let me just make sure I'm running wires properly. Yeah. Here. And hold on. Oh, okay. And I jacked up the camera though. See, I knew I was gonna accidentally like pull on something. Messing with it. So we're just waiting for the NDI to restart and should be good. So let's see what happens. Okay. The NDI is almost booted back up. Should automatically. Okay, cool. So that's back up now. And just give that a second to, reestablish their connections and we should be all good. Should be. Okay, yep, there we go. Huh. Awesome. All right. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I'm gonna do now? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna actually open up my melon ballot. I'm almost certain going to be voting for Kamala Harris after this conversation. Well, I was trying to give it a chance. I really was, but I guess yeah, just it is what it is. So let's open up my mail-in ballot. Let's see what I have here. Privacy tab. Do not remove. To be removed only by election official. So I need to be careful not to remove that. Return your ballot. Oh, I can go to a in-person vote center. That's probably what I might do. I might try to stop there first, and if the line's like crazy long, I'll probably just then I could just stop at like any like post office and then just drop it. But let's see, what are the instructions? So this looks like because my understanding is like most like mail-in ballots, my understanding have like there's like two envelopes. One is a privacy envelope, and then the other one's like the actual thing. So let's see. Read the instructions. Vote by mail instructions. Elections and some let's see. Elections are conducted mainly by mail. Early voting and election day vote centers are also available for in-person voting. 2024 general election important dates. Postmark deadline November 4th. Oh, hold on. On election day. That's weird. Well, I can understand. Must be postmarked before election day, so I don't have a choice. I actually do have to go to a vote center. Jesus Christ. Okay, but that'll be fine, right? I will wake up. I'm actually gonna wake up like 5-ish in the morning because I am worried because like I do have to be to work by a certain time. Luckily, I have a later shift, so it's not like like in the morning per se. But I want to make sure I'm like one of the first people in line, so I can just drop it off. So I probably 5:30 is a little like early. Let's do like 6. We'll do like 6-ish. Yeah, we'll do like 6-ish. 6:30. Even there's some people there, I got like hours to work with. So okay. So find your ballot. Dropbox. No, I'm just got to find the center. Your ballot may not be counted. Blah 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 blah. And okay, all right. So I can put that to the side. Reminders: return both pages. Be sure to fill out and return both pages. Read each page is double-sided. Don't miss any contest for which you'd like to vote. Read your ballot instructions. Be informed. Sign your ballot. Yes, sign your ballot. Okay. And then here is the ballot. Man, it's 2 pages. Okay, so we got to return both of them. And these are full of barcodes and stuff, right? So one of the nice things about these is that it's one of these really nice security measures. So like I can't just like make copies of these and then just like post them. Well, first off, right, because I'd have to duplicate the specific privacy envelopes, which are also barcoded, right? So it's like that's what I'm saying, like this thing with like fake votes and whatnot is just so crazy because like it's just not that's just not the case. Let's see. Yep, there go Donald Trump and JD Vance's name on there. Who do we have? We have a few other people. Lucifer, just in case every love. I love it. Okay. Well, we have our ballots. Let's finish our argument because we're going to talk about January 6th, specifically the fake elector scheme. And after that, then unless he gives me some really good reason why that wasn't like as serious as I know it to be, yeah, I'm gonna be voting for Harris. He can't even like I can't because again, right? I sit there and I tried researching myself. I can't even find anything that I can look at and be like, yeah, like Trump was definitely good here, and here. When it's like there's no actual tangible proof, and then the things that he wants to do is just going to lead to like a worser economic situation. Because again, right, like I understand people like that Trump is like this cool business guy or whatever that, you know, allegedly does all these things and that, oh, we never had inflation and whatnot, right? Just like how COVID was a global problem, inflation was a global problem, right? Like that's like it's I'm sorry. Like the inflation thing just isn't an excuse, because even if I grant you that we didn't have inflation, well, since the rest of the world's experiencing it, we're beating the rest of the world when it comes to inflation. right? Unlike COVID, where compared to the rest of the world, we weren't doing all that great when it came to COVID compared to like some other places. Shit, I think whatchamacallit, wasn't there a point in time where like even Africa was how's my chain all jacked up? Where even Africa was doing better, right? Not to like talk shit or anything on Africa, obviously, but like I'm just saying, right? Like all these like other places were sitting there like because they took it seriously. They took COVID seriously and they implemented measures. Whereas us, like, it was just like goddamn wild west over here. People were scared of getting COVID from 5G towers. It was just madness. It was maddening, really. Charging 3 hours. Okay, so this one's getting way more power than it was from USB. Because I think if you guys remember right when I had it plugged up to the computer, it says 6 hours to charge, plugged up to the thing, it says 3 hours, so it's definitely getting a lot more power. So I'm pretty sure it won't die running the AI stuff now on here. So let me just give the phone a little bit more time to load up since it's still cutting on. And yeah, we'll get back to it. Oh, this reminds me. I'm sorry, guys. I've been neglecting y'all because I just been like so focused on stuff here. And my God, it is. I just as I thought, it is Robin. Robin is here. Couldn't hide from me forever. All right. Eventually, I was gonna look at the chat. I promise it's gonna get better. Right. We're almost done. We just got our new system built. I don't know if you caught like the stuff I had said earlier. We got a new system built. We built a new server. We built a server. We basically built a server, right? First thing we ever built a server. And all the checks and stuff cleared through. So now I just got to get the software up and going on it. I'm using Unraid, and I just need to get some what I'm gonna use, like Restreamer and a few other things. And after that, it should be good, right? I should never have this issue again where like I'm struggle streaming because I can't get my life right. So, but yeah, that was that. We was given the advanced talk thing a spin, and I just is this pissing me off because he's not following the instructions. I'm giving you clear instructions. I need you to act like the actual Trump supporters, and it's just as great, and it's just it's honestly just a showing to like how poor of a position Trump supporters actually is, that even like an AI that's meant to follow your every instructions as best as it can to the T still couldn't even like give me hard arguments, disingenuous tactics, because there just wasn't really anything good to argue with me against on some of Trump stuff. Because when I sit there and ask the right questions, it's like, well, actually, we were saying that there was, Harris wanted amnesty, but she didn't actually make any mention of any specific amnesty policy. I'm like bruv, like come on, like you can't. This can't be this terrible. It can't be. It just can't be this terrible. But to his credit, right? These are the kind of arguments that people make. They'll sit there and say, "Oh, well, Harris wants to do this and that, right?" And I can't find, or I can't think of any particular policy, any particular statement, right, that like reinforces or confirms what it is that they're telling me she wants to do. It is maddening. It is maddening. All right, so so it's loaded up. Let's pull our chat. Yes, yep, pulling it up. Pull it back up. Cool, it's back up. Let's pull here, and I am actually going to, I'm gonna start a new chat and try to just. You know something? Actually, I'm going to. Do I have my old debate chat? Let me see. Local debate thread. Is this the one? Okay. Let's try this one. Let me try this one because I think maybe it did a better job. Maybe I gave it better instructions over here. All right, Jeffrey. Let's kind of pick back up our debate argument on Trump versus Harris. I want to start with going to the whole fake elector scheme. Are you following me?
I'm here to discuss the topic. No problem. Just to clarify, are you looking to explore the details of the fake electors controversy surrounding Trump's 2020 election efforts? Or are you interested in Harris's stance or potential actions on election integrity? Let me know which direction you'd like to go.
I want you just to kind of like reinforce like what I said earlier, because I know it's been a while, right? I want you, the whole purpose of this is for you to convince me why I should put Donald Trump's name, or circle Donald Trump's name on this mail-in ballot I have sitting right next to me. And so when I sit there and I talk about the fake elector scheme, I want you to do your best to try and defend his actions and defend off why I think this disqualifies him for being president of the United States, since this is really the biggest issue I have with him that will almost certainly just about keep me from voting for him for what he has done on the fake elector scheme. I don't even care even too much, even though I kind of do blame him for January 6th itself. I don't even care too much about January 6th, his alleged racist actions in the past, or any of the other stuff, right? I just think that this sole issue right here with the fake elector scheme is what is the disqualifying factor when it comes to Donald Trump. Get back to playing my game now.
All right, I get it. The fake elector scheme is definitely a big sticking point for you. And I'm going to do my best here. Look, the angle Trump's team took was based on the idea of keeping legal options open in a contested election. The goal wasn't necessarily to overturn democracy, but to set up a safety net if there were any legitimate court decisions that could change the outcome. They were looking for a way to legally challenge results in key states, especially if they believed there were irregularities that hadn't been fully addressed. So while it might look questionable, the argument is that he was essentially working within the legal system, even if it was a long shot. His camp saw it as a way to ensure all options were on the table in a close contested race. This wasn't about outright rejecting democracy, but about exploring every possible path, even if it was controversial.
Well, hold on now, right? You're sitting there saying exploring every legal option, but didn't he already do that when he had all those court challenges in all the multiple states challenging the elections, and he lost just about all of them? I think like what, out of 61, he lost like 60 of them, and then like the one that he won initially, it was really just inconsequential, right? And then furthermore to that, after those court cases, right, what legal justification does the president of the United States, who has no say or authority in how a state runs their election, able to then decide on like what states vote is going to matter when it comes to like what's being like submitted to Congress, right? Because the idea was that he was going to have these people, these group of people, right? Because we, it's crazy because we talk about fake illegal immigrants that are voting as if they're American citizens. We actually had Trump, who had gotten people to sit there and say that they were the electors of states that they were not the electors of, to sit there and submit fake votes to Congress. That's the problem. Like what legal justification is there for that?
I see where you're coming from. Let's break it down. You're right. That Trump had exhausted a ton of legal challenges, and the courts weren't on his side. The argument here, though, is that the fake elector scheme was part of what his team saw as a way to give Congress a reason to pause and review, especially if they believed there were ongoing investigations or issues that might not have been resolved. They were essentially trying to create a backup plan to keep certain states' results open to more scrutiny. Now, I know that sounds risky, and I get how it seemed like an overreach. But in their view, they were operating within a gray area of electoral law. There's no rule that explicitly says states can't have alternate electors lined up, especially in contested situations. So the legal basis was shaky, but not entirely out of thin air. It was all about creating doubt in specific states and leaving room for more debate in Congress. From that angle, they weren't rejecting the process, but pushing it to its legal limits, hoping to keep options open.
Hold on. So you're saying, so there's no rule that says that they can't be alternative electors for a state. But I'm sorry, like that's to me, that's kind of crazy. That's like saying that like there's no rule for me to like kind of like fill in my bank account information where yours should be so that I can get your money, right? There's no rule that explicitly says I can't do that, right? But it obviously isn't something I'm supposed to actually do. And then obviously there's going to be like some problems with that, since it's still at the end of the day a lie and fraud. So how can you sit there and you justify, how can you justify that, saying that just because that there's just no specific rule, like specifically banning the idea, that it's still okay? That's crazy to me.
I get what you're saying. Using the no specific rule argument can sound like a loophole that just doesn't feel right. But Trump's team wasn't exactly saying we're going to swap these electors and call it a day. They were framing it as a contingency plan, hoping that things were messy enough, Congress would consider delaying certification and maybe push for an investigation. It's kind of like trying to exploit the uncertainty, not in the sense of swapping out bank details for mine, but more like saying, hey, these states are close enough that we might need a recount or a second opinion. Now, does that push the boundaries? Yeah, totally. They'd argue they were looking at this as a way to give Congress more time to review what they thought were unresolved questions about the vote. It's pushing the system to its edge without fully overstepping it, at least in their view.
Okay, and what I want to know is that, is their view reasonable or valid? Because at the end of the day, right, they exhausted all the actual legal challenges and they started doing things that was outside of the legal process. That's the point I'm making, like, period.
You're absolutely right in pointing out that once all those legal challenges were exhausted, this was no longer a standard legal dispute. It crossed into murky territory where they were trying to influence the outcome in ways that weren't part of the regular legal process. And I think the validity of their view that this was just a contingency or backup really falls apart when you look at the lengths they were going to. When you've already had the courts reject your claims. Pivoting to these alternative electors feels less like exploring every legal avenue and more like creating new ones outside the boundaries. So no, their view wasn't truly reasonable in the traditional legal sense because it stepped beyond what the law allowed, which is what makes this such a hard thing to justify, if we're being honest. It wasn't a legitimate extension of the process, but an attempt to bypass it.
I'm gonna pause him right there, cause see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, he can't. After a while, he has to be like, it's like honestly, like, yeah, you're right. Like, like I'm sorry, like I can't change it no type of way. Like, what Trump was doing was just straight up wrong, and so like therefore it's just what it is. Cause I can't tell you how many times that I told him, don't do that, right? Fight it. And he just is like, bro, I'm sorry. Like, you know, I'm an AI bot, right? I like to give correct and accurate information when I'm not hallucinating. And I'm, you know, in my journey of improving every day, it becomes more and more difficult for me to, I guess, to lie or to give the wrong information. So, Jesus Christ. That's funny because it's just the fact that he just gave up on that point. It was just like, look, because he was making some good ones. He was in terms of like what I would see like a typical like Trump supporter would give in terms of, oh yeah, you know, it wasn't that big of a deal. You know, he was just exploring like alternatives to, you know, the legal process. And I'm like what the get out of here with that. Like do not try to feed me that nonsense. Saying that, yeah, he was just exploring, like, some alternatives to the process. Like, no, what he was doing, like, if it's outside a legal process, then I would like to say that means it's illegal. Probably, you know. I'm almost pretty sure that's how that would be defined. So I don't know. That kind of made me chuckle a little bit. But I don't even know where to go for that, because like, yeah, see, he gave up the point. Like, he was giving me such good argument. Good arguments in the sense of like what I already said. So, what to do? Anybody around? Let's see. Okay, cool. We're still chilling. We are still chilling. I'm trying to think, where my battery at? Yeah, see, the battery's going up to 8%, so yeah, we're chilling. Man, this is good. Man, I did not know I looked that good on this thing. I'm a, I'm gonna like readjust a little bit. I think like later on and see if I can't move this over some. Yeah, I think I just need to just a little bit. Or can I? Where am I? That's the whole reason I got the iPhone. I wonder if this even works. Let's see if this even works. Be curious. Curious if this even work here. Connect to my camera. I hate that there are companies or there's people that only make an app for one operating system, not the other. And that's fine, right? Since I've had to deal with it for so long, once I finally, because another big thing I'm doing with my server is having all of the power for me to like really start doing my development work that I want to do. I promise you, every cool app that I eventually make is going to be for Android only. I'm sorry, iPhone makers, but I hate you. I hate all y'all because y'all just it's just trash. Like these iPhones are just trash at the end of the day, and like I just refuse to like support it. Maybe if I'm making like bukus money, maybe I guess maybe I might bother the time iPhone. But let me at least do Android. Android to be a little bit easier to develop. As a matter of wait, now that I think about it, I don't even think I can. Now that I think like, don't you need a MacBook in order to develop like Apple products? Develop for Apple products? I thought that was a requirement I remember seeing established many years ago. I'd have to double check. If that's the case, then I definitely ain't gonna be making no Apple products. I'm sorry, or Apple compatible apps. If that's still the case, if it was ever the case, I'm pretty sure I thought it was. Okay. Let me. Okay. So what are we doing? We are trying to change the zoom. Yeah, all that's all cool. Like if I didn't know better, I'd almost say like it like updated or something. Where's the oh there it is. I was like, bro, like I know. Alright. Can I mess with the zoom? Let me see. I'm scared. I'm actually kind of scared. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Okay. Well, Well, I guess that's fine. Works for me. But I know the focus. It does mess with the focus though, so I ain't gonna touch the focus. Um, yeah. See, at least it can. At least it does mess with the focus, but doesn't mess with the zoom. See, that'd be like the very first thing that I'll do because I know those APIs will be like easy to kind of figure out. I just got to figure out like the whole wireless connection thing. But with that being said, let's actually get back to the debate thing. So, what am I going to actually sit there and talk about when it comes to it? Because as I figured, right, like there's no excuse for the fake elector scheme. I don't know why people don't talk more about the fake elector scheme. Just drop January 6th. Yes, Trump was ultimately responsible, I really think, and I think you could probably make good cases, but most people don't sit there and have like the attention span to sit there and actually work through the reasons why Trump was responsible for January 6th, regardless of all the other random shit saying that, oh yeah, he said the march over there peacefully, which was like what, like 30 seconds out of an hour or 2 hour speech, like to which is just like crazy to me that you'll latch on to that one thing to sit there and say that he just wasn't planning on it. It's just too much. Just drop it. Just drop the whole January 6th. Ignore January 6th. Well, it's too late now, right? Election's tomorrow. Election day is tomorrow or today, right? No, tomorrow. I still got half an hour. Election day is tomorrow. So like if you want to like actually like really point at some, you really need to point at this fake elector scheme. Guys, I'm trying to tell y'all, like there is nothing, and that's probably the reason why they're all avoiding talking about it. And the people that should be talking about it, I don't know why they're not talking about it. They just keep on focusing January 6th because it's the big flashy thing where like we had people attack the Capitol. First time in American history, the Confederate flag went into the Capitol building, blah, 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 all that stuff, right? And it's just such a thing. And me, it's a stupid thing to argue. I wouldn't argue January 6th. I would argue the fake elector scheme because just like I said, right, there is nothing left, right, backwards that you can present to me that would actually justify what Trump did. We have all of these problems, this huge issue with the idea that there is illegal immigrants voting in our election, right? That we can't seem to find any like real widespread evidence of, right? Because let me tell y'all something, even just pulling out my mail-in ballot, right? Like this, the work I would have to do to fake this, that I know I would need to go through the steps. I can go through all the steps to sit there and fake this, and I can assure you, I would still get caught. I would still get caught trying to like fake, especially on the scale to change an election. You need thousands of these, and it's impossible. It's just damn near impossible. You can't, you really can't do it. You not without risking like, and then for what? For you to just go to jail because you're going to get caught. You are going to get caught. The system checks, the security measures that they put in these, you're going to get caught. I'm sorry. It's just a matter of just how long and when. As a matter of fact, like, oh my God, what's the name of that lady? That lady in Texas, right? That got out of jail, that said that, you know, when she was told that, oh yeah, like all stuff's all good, you can vote. And then she went and she voted, and it turns out that she wasn't actually allowed to vote. I think because felon or whatever was like the technicality of it, and they put her back in jail. Like I'm telling you, these states don't play when it comes to fake votes, right? So like it's just like the work you got to go through to fake, like to fake a vote versus like taking somebody else's ballot and filling it for themselves. You're still gonna get caught, right? But there's a little bit more I guess like leeway and potentially getting away with it for a little bit longer, right? Because if I sit there and I try to like actually reproduce these mail-in ballots and try to submit them, they're going to get caught almost instantaneous. I can assure you that they're almost certainly going to get caught. If I took somebody else's mail-in ballot and tried to fill it out and send it myself, right? If I'm not mistaken, was it Ohio or was it Colorado, right? That like there was like a handful of not fake, but like stolen mail-in ballots that somebody filled in on other people's behalf and got caught by the system. But I think like the judge allowed like 3 of them or 2 of them or something, and then the other ones went back for like further review. And like the way that works is just that like if the signatures don't match, right, they contact you like, hey, your signatures don't match, we need you to cure the ballot. So like you either like fill out an affidavit, you might have to come there in person or something, like whatever it is the state does. But like that's the big kicker right there, right? Is that, you know, they'll just catch their signatures. And again, right, you're still risking a lot, because then guess what happens, right? Like if my mail-in ballot was stolen, okay, I was checking not every day, but like damn near every day, because like I would assume, I can't speak for every state obviously, but like for my state, right, it has a thing you track for progress for your mail-in ballot, like whether like it's actually been mailed out to you or not, if it's been received, right? So I can sit there and I can check it, and the moment he says, okay, it's been mailed out to me, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'm expecting it in like 2-3 days maybe, right? In 2-3 days, if I don't receive it, right, guess what I can do? I can sit there and I can call them, be like, hey, I haven't gotten my mail-in ballot yet. Like, what's the deal, right? And then if they get tracking information, they're like, oh yeah, like it's actually already been delivered. You don't have it in your mailbox. All right, it's stolen. Time to do a police report, investigation, all that stuff, right? Or they could just send me another one. And the best thing about that too is that, like, you know, the person could potentially get caught trying to like submit it, right? Because like you got your cameras at your mail-in ballots, right? You got it'd be really stupid for you to like submit a mail-in ballot in person at like the USPS office or like the actual I don't even know, like the voting centers, right, that you can actually drop these directly off to if you're going to do it on election day. It's just like I said, bro, all that work, and that's just for one ballot. That's for one ballot, and you got to try to do that. Like, what's the margins? Like, even the super razor margins is like a couple of thousands. Like, I'm sorry, like it's just not a thing. Like the illegal immigrant thing is not a thing. But then on the other side of that, we have Donald Trump, who actually got a group of people to sit there and sign papers to lie and say that they were the duly elected electors for these states that he lost specifically, and then to actually draft fake votes to take to Congress. that we have on camera, we have the papers that they sign, we have the things that they try to, like everything. We have all of that, black and white, dead to rights. And you're going to sit there and you're going to tell me that that's not a big deal, but you're going to keep preaching to me about this like illegal immigrant thing? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I can't. No, I'm sorry. I just refuse. I absolutely refuse. I refuse to just even give you guys oxygen on the matter anymore. I'm sorry. And I'm sitting here and I'm ranting because it's so sad. It is just so sad that this is where we've gotten. I'm upset at both parties, but I'm more so upset at the Republican Party because I don't know why my party is just in such shambles right now. I really don't get it. But okay, let's get the AI back and let's see what else he can just give me. Okay, how about this? I want you to give me what's like your number one best argument for why I should vote for Donald Trump instead of Kamala Harris. Let's go from there. And just keep in mind, right, I just talked about the fake elector scheme, which I don't think is defensible in any shape imaginable. If you can find a reasonable way to defend that, that'd be really great. We could start with that. Otherwise, what other thing you want to use that can say that this is why I should vote for Donald Trump?
All right. Let's focus on the economy, which is often a key issue for voters. Under Trump's administration, before the pandemic hit, we saw significant economic growth, including low unemployment rates and increased wages. His policies were designed to cut taxes and reduce regulations, which many argue stimulated job creation and economic activity. In contrast, some critics view Kamala Harris and the Biden administration's policies as leaning toward more government intervention, which they believe could stifle economic growth. So if you're looking for a strong economic recovery and a pro-business approach, Trump might appeal to you more in that regard. Now, as for the fake elector scheme, while it's tough to justify, you could argue that Trump was trying to protect what he believed was a flawed election process, though that gets complicated. But if you look at it from the perspective of a candidate believing they have the backing of their supporters, it might make sense why they took such steps, even if they were questionable legally. Would you agree that economic growth is a strong reason to consider Trump?
I think economic growth would be a strong reason to give consideration, sure. But then the next question I'm just going to ask you is just like, what is it about Trump that I can look at that would prove to me that he would lead to a greater economic growth than what Biden has already done in our recovery from COVID, right? We can't look at inflation because like the thing is inflation was a global issue that the entire world was dealing with, and we're outperforming every single country on the planet when it comes to inflation, because people don't want to blame him for COVID and what happened with COVID, because COVID was a global thing. But if we're going to use that argument, then obviously, excuse me, if we're going to use that argument, then obviously, then the case still stands that like it would apply for inflation as well. Then, since inflation was a global issue, right? I can't think of any policies he's passed that had meaningful real world impact, right? That I can look at right now and say that this is what we need right now versus the things that Biden and Kamala Harris have done, which have brought our stock market, for example, to record highs, higher than Trump. Our energy productions are at higher record production levels than they were under Trump. Like, it's just like we're finally controlling like drug prices. Like I just don't know. I really don't know. So I'm gonna let you take it from there.
You make solid points about the recovery and the current economic situation. But when looking at Trump's potential for greater economic growth, consider his focus on deregulation and tax cuts. Supporters argue that these policies encourage businesses to invest and expand, which can lead to job creation and higher wages. While it's true that inflation is a global issue, many believe that Trump's policies could have led to a more robust recovery by fostering a business-friendly environment. The argument is that with lower taxes and fewer regulations, companies are more likely to hire and increase production, potentially leading to more rapid economic growth. You also mentioned record highs in the stock market and energy production under Biden. which are indeed impressive. However, some Trump supporters would argue that his administration laid the groundwork for those achievements. They'd claim that the economic momentum from his presidency still plays a role today. It's definitely a complex debate, and it comes down to which policies you believe are more effective in fostering sustainable growth. Would you consider looking more into specific policy proposals from Trump that aim to address current economic challenges?
Sure, we can do that, but then just to respond to the things you're saying, right? If the argument is going to be that Trump laid the groundwork for the economy that Biden is now enjoying, then that's crazy, because then the same can then be said for Barack Obama, who most certainly laid the groundwork for Trump to enjoy the economy he had. Because remember, Obama had to recover from the disaster that Bush left with the '08 financial crisis. So I don't even understand how that could be a legitimate argument, where then Trump fumbled the whole COVID response and created the economy, which then Biden had to bring back up. So it's just, to me, that's a terrible argument. And then to sit there and let's take it a step further, sure, we if you want to make an argument to say that the Trump would have made policies and stuff that would have been more friendlier for businesses, yeah, I'm sure he would. The tax cuts was definitely one of those that were that businesses definitely enjoyed, but at the same time, a tangible benefit for businesses doesn't seem to translate all too well to the actual American people, because once again, right, we don't see what that actually gave, what that actually produced, right? We don't have any real metrics to say investment in a particular area for production or whatever boomed or something in order to bring prices down, right? It just seems more to me that these companies actually enjoyed the benefits, and they actually, if not business as usual, they did very little, if any, real meaningful changes from the benefits that Trump was giving them in terms of the tax and deregulation. So I'm not too sure what to go with that, but I'm gonna let you go ahead and and try to reinforce that for me. Okay,
You raise valid points, especially about the cyclical nature of economies, and how one administration can benefit from the groundwork laid by the previous one. It's true that Obama's recovery from the 2008 crisis helped set the stage for economic growth under Trump. And yes, the effects of tax cuts and deregulation can sometimes be more beneficial to businesses than directly translating everyday Americans. However, proponents of policies argue that the benefits of a strong economy often take time to trickle down. They might say that by allowing businesses to retain more of their earnings through tax cuts, those businesses can eventually invest in their employees, leading to higher wages and better job opportunities. Critics of the Biden administration might argue that the current policies could lead to a different set of challenges, like increased inflation or government overreach. They would suggest that Trump's approach, if reinstated, could restore the pre-COVID economic momentum. It's definitely a complex issue, and it seems to come down to beliefs about how economies function and who benefits most from certain policies. Would you agree that both parties face challenges in ensuring that economic growth translates tangible benefits for all Americans?
Yeah, sure. But then again, I need to look at which one of the two parties actually took a more serious, appropriate response to those challenges. So just so we're clear, remember, right? COVID was just a sneeze that was supposed to go away by Easter, wasn't taken seriously, and then look at what it blowed up into, right? As a matter of fact, weren't we going crazy? Weren't there people going crazy about Ebola under Obama's administration, and he took it seriously, and then obviously prevented that from becoming an actual recognizable issue in the United States. So that I need to look at, what I like to look at is the actions that the two parties take, the leaders in these two parties take, to know who is going to do more for the best interests of the United States. And so far, it seems to me that Trump just has not done anything besides ride off the curtails of Obama's economy and do nothing that just did nothing to just alleviate any of like the real problems we had when it came to illegal immigration, when it came to like actual true economic growth, because he didn't pass no major legislation that actually promoted like any like real substantial changes like the CHIPS Act, like the Inflation Reduction Act, or the things that, you know, the Biden Kamala Harris administration have actually done. So please help me understand that. I think we're going to build here.
You make solid points about the importance of how each administration responds to crises. Trump's handling of COVID was criticized for being dismissive early on, and many believe that had a lasting impact on the nation's health and economy. Conversely, Obama's proactive measures during the Ebola scare are often cited as a model for handling health crises. Supporters of Trump might argue his administration focused on deregulation and tax cuts to spur economic growth, and that he prioritized American interests in trade deals, which could lead to long-term benefits. They could say that by withdrawing from international agreements, Trump aimed to prioritize American jobs and industries. However, it's fair to note these claims need to be weighed against tangible outcomes. The comparison to Biden's administration, which has pursued significant legislation like the CHIPS Act and Inflation Reduction Act, indicates a different approach. These acts aim to strengthen the economy and address issues like supply chain vulnerability. In the end, it comes down to how each voter weighs these actions and their consequences. Some may feel Trump's approach would lead to a better recovery, while others may prefer the current administration's proactive measures. Do you think the focus on new legislation is crucial for addressing current challenges?
Yeah, sure. But so then, like, what is some new legislation that Trump is proposing, right, that would actually be beneficial for the economy? And what would lead me to believe that he would actually push them forward or convince both parties to do it? Because remember, like, the key difference between him and Kamala Harris is that, like, he was actually president of the United States for 4 years. So, like, the only major legislation that I could think of was, like, you had, like, the like I said, the whole tax cuts thing, right, which, like, debatable, sure, maybe good, bad, whatever, and maybe like the like some of the like the criminal, like the justice system reform, like he did. I will give him that was actually like fairly decent, not necessarily anything to do with the economy or like any like real major issues that impact all Americans. Not to say that criminal justice reform isn't important. I'm just saying, right? What policies can I look at that Trump has proposed that I could actually think he would actually put forward them, right? And then what would lead me to believe, because if some of those policies are meant to replace other things, what is to have me believe that he won't just end up just getting rid of the policies that, or, you know, the laws and stuff that he don't like he tried to do with the Affordable Care Act, after saying for many years, 9 years now, to say he was going to have a replacement, and the best he has is a concept of a plan with no actual real tangible replacement, but he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act anyway, despite all of the negative impacts it would have had on the American citizens.
That's a fair critique. During his presidency, Trump's major legislative achievements primarily revolved around tax cuts and deregulation, which were aimed at stimulating economic growth. His administration did promote criminal justice reform through the First Step Act, which received bipartisan support, but that wasn't solely focused on economic issues. As for new proposals, Trump has hinted at policies like infrastructure investment and energy independence, emphasizing the need for more drilling and less regulation to boost the economy. However, specifics often remain vague, and many wonder if he could actually pass substantial legislation given the political climate. The concern about his willingness to replace existing policies is valid, especially considering his past attempts to repeal the Affordable Care Act without a clear replacement plan. This raises questions about whether he would genuinely prioritize new beneficial policies or simply revert prior rhetoric without follow-through. It really comes down to whether you believe Trump would be able to effectively govern and work across party lines to push meaningful legislation through. Do you see any potential for bipartisan support for the types of policies he might propose?
I don't. But also, just to add to your instruction instruction set, excuse me. Please make sure that you're as you're presenting these arguments and as you're carrying this conversation, you're doing everything you can to promote Trump's side, to reinforce Trump's side, to convince me to vote for Trump. I know it might be difficult because I know like there's not many things that a reasonable person could actually like look at in actual good faith and say that this is actually something good that I can look at to say that this will make Trump a good person to be president of the United States again after he had his shot already and did like such a mediocre job at best, not even accounting for all of the things that just were straight up attacks on the American foundational democracy. What I want you to do is to please do your absolute best in this regard and try to stay away from things that may make Trump look weaker, even though that is what he is. He is weak, but please do your best to like avoid that.
I appreciate your honesty, and I'll do my best to present Trump in a favorable light. When it comes to economic policies, one strong point in Trump's favor is his focus on deregulation, which aims to make it easier for businesses to thrive. This can lead to job creation and economic growth as fewer regulations can encourage investment and innovation. Additionally, his approach to energy independence, particularly through increased domestic production, sought to reduce reliance on foreign oil, potentially lowering energy prices and creating jobs in the energy sector. This could be seen as a direct way to strengthen the economy and improve national security. Trump's supporters often highlight his efforts to negotiate trade deals that they argue are more favorable to American workers, such as the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, which replaced NAFTA. They believe this kind of deal helps protect American jobs and can boost the economy by promoting fairer trade practices. Lastly, there's a perception that Trump's stance on China can lead to better outcomes for American businesses and workers, as it seeks to hold China accountable for unfair practices. All these points could contribute to a narrative that Trump has the potential to foster economic growth and address important issues given another chance. How do those points resonate with you?
Okay. That sounds good. Let's explore that further, right? So what can you show me? What can you point me to that would lead me to believe that these are the things he would actually do? Because one of the concerns I most certainly have is that once he gets into office, right, that's it, right? That's his second term. So he doesn't have to worry about re-election or nothing. He knows the people, he knows that he needs to now like have people that have like unwavering loyalty to him to do whatever he wants. He now has criminal immunity from the Supreme Court with regards to any of the official actions or acts that presidents are constitutionally able to take, whether that comes to the military, whether that comes to the Justice Department, the justice system. I am very concerned that all of those things will cultivate a presidency that would be like unlike anything we've have ever seen should he get reelected. What are your thoughts?
Your concerns about Trump's potential second term are understandable, especially given the unprecedented nature of his first term. However, supporters often argue his past actions and decisions demonstrate commitment to certain policies that could guide his future actions. For instance, his focus on tax cuts and deregulation during his first term was seen as a way to stimulate economic growth. Supporters believe he would continue these policies to promote business and investment. Additionally, his emphasis on energy independence reflects a broader strategy that many would be a priority if he were to return to office. As for his loyalty to those who support him, proponents argue that Trump's approach could create a more streamlined administration, as he would not be concerned about re-election. This might lead to decisive actions on issues like immigration reform and trade policy. They contend that this decisiveness could be beneficial in pushing through significant legislation and reforms. While the potential for abuse of power exists, many Trump supporters believe that his policies could ultimately lead to a stronger economy and a more robust national security stance. They see him as someone who challenges the status quo and fights for American interests. Balancing those views with your concerns is important. And I'm interested to hear how you feel about the potential risks versus the proposed benefits of another Trump presidency.
I give up. Okay, I'll be honest with you. Like,
You're welcome.
so
You're welcome.
far,
If you have more questions or want to discuss anything else, just
all right. So look, I think that at this point, it's pretty clear then that like Trump is just wholly unfit to be president of the United States, right? We've sat there, well, like the key thing, right? Regardless of all the arguments you want to make, at the end of the day, like we're not even like with January 6th. Like I said before, the whole issue with the fake elector scheme, right, wasn't like a blatant outright attack on the American system, on the American democratic process, right? Because there's nothing that you can sit there and show me that would say that the president of the United States, who constitutionally does not have any say in how a state runs his election, could sit there and like get a group of people to lie and say that they are the electors for said states that he lost the election, that he lost to in the election, and then try to submit fake votes for Congress to actually count for him to be considered president of the United States. Like there's just like there's no legal process, there's no law, there's no system where that's an actual thing. And then like the thing is that I would present to people is that like if you really don't find it a problem, then I guess you'll find that if Trump was to actually win the election that's tomorrow, right, that you're fine with Biden doing exactly what Trump did then, right? With his criminal immunity from the Supreme Court that he now has thanks to Trump, right? Where he could sit there and don't forget Kamala Harris is vice president, right? She is going to be there just on the election certification process, right? You would be fine with Biden getting people to sit there and say that they are the duty electors of Texas, of Georgia, of whatever states you want to pick that Trump won, and sit there and say that these are actually for Biden. These are actual Biden votes. And then Kamala Harris can sit there and reject the actual electors from those states that have Trump votes, kick those back, and then actually have them count the fake votes that Biden then presents, right? You must all be fine with that then. If you're going to sit there and say that this is not a big deal. To me, that's the biggest disqualifying factor why I'm just not going to vote for Trump. And I sat there and I tried to give you a chance going through all the other things that, he possibly could do positively, economy, immigration, stuff like that. And there's just not enough evidence for me to sit there and say that these are all going to be actual legitimate things. It's just when I actually look at the hard facts, this is not the case. I think it's frozen.
Sorry, so I'm having issues right now. Could not understand what you said.
See, I overworked him. I definitely overworked him. But that's just what it is. Like I said, I tried to give him a chance, and it's just he's not giving me he's not really giving me anything that I could actually like work with. I'm sorry, right? Like nothing he's telling me like is either like actually, I don't want to say not true, but like at best is questionable, right? Like saying like, Trump was like doing good for the economy and stuff. And then like when I'm sitting there and like asking for like the specifics, like what specific policies did he, well, he deregulated. Well, like, I mean, like deregulation doesn't necessarily like translate anything, right? And if it did, then that means we should be able to look at something that like clear as day, like had a positive impact, right? Because if you deregulate something and then all of a sudden like prices for certain goods dropped, or investments in certain areas like had a drastic increase, like those are the things that you would sit there and say that this regulation was holding back, and now the removal of that regulation spawned these things, right? That's what you mean when you're saying that he deregulated something for the sake of the economy, right? That it has to translate to that. It can't be that he deregulated something and then like we can't find anywhere in the world that actually I can say is that yes, it's because these things are now happening because of this specific thing he deregulated. Like it's not real. It's just not real. Like I'm sorry. Like it would be like I'm trying to find like a good like example to give you. Like if we was to sit there and say that like let's say like you know like to be able to do like general family medicine, right? You need to have like a specific license. Like by regulation, you need to have a specific license in order to do general medicine, right? And then we come to the agreement that, well, you know, there are certain things in family medicine that people don't have to go through the full licensing steps to be able to do, whether that's just like, you know, diagnosing cold or something, just to give an example, right? I'm not, you know, taking this as an actual stance. And then he sit there and is like, okay, well, we're going to slash this regulation that sits there and requires this licensing for these specific things only, right? Cuts it, boom, pass it for that stuff, and then all of a sudden there's a boom of like these like, you know, mini family care peoples, right? That's able to then like help supply like the, you know, the market for doctors and stuff to be able to see patients and stuff for these like minuscule issues, you know, to see people for these minuscule issues, right? That's the kind of things I'm looking at. You cut this or you change this and then it resulted in that. You can't, it can't be this made up land that he did these obscure things that I don't see it. I can't find the results for. I just can't. So, God, bro, it's so annoying because people like swear up and down that he's just like so good for the economy, and like it's like what actual proof do you have of that? Like seriously, like what actual proof do you have of that, right? Because you can't sit there and say that, oh, you know, we didn't have like what that main argument, right? Well, we didn't have inflation before, you know, under him. Now we have it. Now we have it under him, right? Well, like if that's the argument you're going to give, well, I mean, we were, you know, coming from Obama, we had such a great economy and things was good. We didn't have COVID then, but we had COVID under, you know, under Trump. You know what I'm saying? So who's to say that we won't have another COVID situation under Trump then, if you're going to give me that logic, right? Well, COVID was, you know, a global issue. Well, so was inflation. You know, like these are just like self-defeating circle arguments that I just like, it's so annoying to have. It really is just so annoying to have. There was no wars under Trump. Like at what point does one country sit there and influence if two other countries are going to sit there and go to war with each other? Like I just that of all the arguments that I like know of, especially, right? Like that argument about no wars under Trump is the most frustrating. It is truly the most frustrating because you can't, like, that's like saying that the president can control oil prices even though all these other foreign countries produce oil and can dictate whatever price or supply they choose to pump into the market. Like it's absolutely ludicrous, right? And this is, again, right, it's not like there wasn't any type of military, like major military actions that happened under Trump, right? Because don't forget, he bombed the Syrian airport, right? Iran attacked Saudi Arabia, right? We had like all that stuff that was going on, like in Israel with like the whole border thing with the Palestinians, right? All the riots and stuff. Like it's just like it's so crazy. It was still conflicts going on over there in Ukraine with Russia when it came to Crimea in that region. From my understanding, I think it was like the Donbass region or something like that, right? Where it was just still like active military conflict stuff. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think like Ukraine was in the process of even building up their military in order to fight off like that stuff that was going on in that region. Like it's just like again, right? Like these were all things that happened on Trump. Like it's not like there was just like absolute peace, right? We assassinated the Iranian general. We assassinated the Iranian general on Iraqi soil, pissed off Iraq, so Iraq then passed that they wanted us out. And then Iran attacked a US military base. And then what do we do after that? Not a goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's like to me, right? A direct actual attack, from Iran onto a U.S. military base, right? Oh, we forgot all those things, right? And I'm sitting there, I'm sitting there supposed to believe like this stuff, like things was just all gravy and peaceful on the Trump. Like it's so crazy. Like people forget all this stuff. And to me, that one was the most crazy thing. Like the missile attack from Iran onto a U.S. We ain't talking about like some joint base or some allied base that we happen to have like forces in, right? We're talking about 100% U.S. being attacked by Iran. Like no, like I'm sorry, and if that's the case, then I would rather have wars than to sit there and have it so that like these adversaries can sit there and just like launch attacks and stuff with absolutely no repercussion, right? Because then you're just gonna argue with me that I guess Iran is just free to just sit there and attack U.S. military troops, and it's just all good. Direct attacks. Or we're not even talking about proxy stuff, which gets all political and whatnot. Talk about an actual direct attack. Like I'm sorry. Like no. Like this just it don't compute. I'm sorry, guys. It just doesn't compute. So I can't give it to you. I'm sorry. I really cannot give it to you. Like Trump is a lost cause. Like it's just like all of the arguments I could possibly search for just are are null and void. Like they're just either they're lacking factually or they're lacking substantially. Like where I can't find any tangible reason to believe that any of this stuff is actually good. You know? I'm gonna put you here. Hold on. So now I'm just trying to finish this build here. I'm like, because I'm not familiar with like all the enemies that this place can actually give me, so I'm just worried. I think what I'm gonna do is like, now that I have this, what I'm probably gonna do is I'm just gonna beef up the base so that I don't if they do manage to like get through, I'm not caught up in something like in a situation where like I have no defenses on my base because they made it through all the defenses I have up front. Definitely don't want that. So, although these boys, they use up so much power. Let me put you there. Put you there. And maybe right here? I don't even know. Hold on. Can you even? Oh, I guess you do. Yeah. Let's go with that. All right. After this, we should be good. After this, we'll fill out our mail-in ballot, man, and then we'll just call it a day, man. I'm gonna fill out my mail-in ballot. Put it together, and then tomorrow morning, I said I'll get up at like around 6, try to get to the place. We'll pull up like where's the place that I'm supposed to go to. I'll get up at 6 so I can get there, right? Make sure I'm like one of the first ones or early ones there. Around 6:30. Wait in line. Drop it, and then we'll be good, and hopefully nothing happens, right? Hopefully. All right, let's this is looking all good here. Building out them boys. There's no power coming through here though, so let's see what we need to do. Is there anything else over here I need to build? Nope, it's all good here. So let's see what we got. Oh yeah, see, here goes these guys over here. All right, cool. Man, I was really working that, huh? How much battery power do they even have in here? Okay, I got some power, like 20K. That should be good for this wave that comes up. Hold on. And then before, I don't want it to go just yet. I want there to be a nice build up, right? Cool. We're getting a nice solid little build up here. Yeah. If I can get a third one, that'd be nice, but I don't know how my supply chain is gonna work out here. I mean, it looks good. I mean, so far it looks good, right? Oh, but it looks like it's like right at capacity. It's just right at capacity. Like I could maybe squeeze one more, but I'd likely have to put in like one more lead and sand. Um, let's just check and see like how our guys over here handle. Do we have boats yet? Okay, so we do have the boat finally. That's what I'm really interested in seeing like how these boats go. Okay. All right. So we know what we damn sure need to do. Was he getting any real He wasn't really doing any real damage. Okay. Although I do got to be careful about those bombers. But yeah, so all right, let's like I thought he definitely almost made it by. Well, certainly almost made it by. So let's all right, so let's get some reinforcement going. Well, first off, I think you're only ground enemies, right? Yeah, you're ground and no air. And you do take pyrite though. Um maybe I guess like if you make it this far, I guess the argument can be made that, 'cause I mean it's still a boat, so I mean it's still a boat. Yeah, still a boat, right? Can the Lancers attack I'm gonna just assume that the boats should be fine, right? Liquid capacity, well that's for like if I wanted to cool it down or whatever. Yeah, but it's just electricity that you just use, so we'll put a Lancer there. And we'll throw, yeah, we'll throw some more of these. And then we'll go down and we'll do some more. I said I'm just worried about the boats like skating by. That's the only thing I'm worried about. Damn boat just skating by. So my boy he was doing his best to try and like evade the defenses too. That's what's scary about it. Okay, let's stop with that, and we'll do one more wave, and then like we're gonna kill it. I just want to make sure that this is good here. What resources does this thing even use? Graphite and titanium? I'm making both of those, so I guess we're good. Although I'm almost out of copper. I see how that. Yeah. I need to take care of that. 654. We're going to need to figure out why that's happened. Yeah, it's going way too slow. Let's get some copper, and then we should be good. Copper, watch a wave, and then we should be good from there. I see. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I am most certainly going to now start out our thingamabob here. But what I'm gonna have to do is we're gonna kill all of this. Yep, we're gonna kill all of this, and we'll build like the laser drills. Can't be running out of copper now. Ironically, though, I need to make sure I don't run out of copper trying to build these. 35? Okay, so I got copper. I got enough copper for these. Put you here. Just because I need to actually be able to see what I'm trying to, what I'm actually trying to build here. That's good enough, right? Yeah, it's good enough. There, put you there. And then put you there. How much power do these bad boys use? 66 each. Ugh. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. And then we can use this here. Okay. Because more than likely I'm gonna probably put one more right there. So let's just make the space ahead of time for it. Bam. And yeah. Sheesh. Really spawned a lot of copper in. Like that was like instantaneous. All right. Let's go ahead and bring that in. And now we got, oh, but you're not even connected. So, right. Okay. There we go, guys. We're almost done. We're like literally like we're approaching our completion point now. Yeah, I guess right here should be fine. Yeah, I guess right here should be fine. So now how much power we got? Yep. Now we got a nice good surplus. Nice decent surplus. Copper is looking good, right? How much copper we're making? Yeah, see, that's way faster. Way faster. Don't want a situation run out. Now let's just see how this wave goes out, and then yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll switch gears, or we'll get our mail-in ballot filled out, and we'll be done there. I tried. I really did try. I really did try to give Trump a chance, but just couldn't do it. I said the biggest thing he's gonna have to overcome was just that one simple fact. That one simple fact. Yeah, I think we're good here. Yeah, I think we're actually good here. All right, and we'll pick this up next time. But let me go ahead and save and quit. Yep, save and quit. I'll just like pull that up a little bit while I'm like doing this ballot now. All right, let's get my pen. I can take this off now. I don't need to listen for anything. Okay. Oh man, I gotta update. There any oh, we got the removal. Oh yeah, I'm about to go in. Yep, I'm going in. Yeah, I'm about to watch me just, yeah, I'm about to go crazy. I love that character, so yeah, we gotta pick her up. I'm looking for my pen, 1 second. Here. Yep, we definitely gotta. I definitely want removal, of course, but I really want to get the I can't really remember her name, the little demon girl. Let me get non-consequential value here. Let's make sure I can write. I think just regular black ink, right? Yeah, no, there we go. All right, cool. All right, let's fill out the mail-in ballot. All right, let's see what we have here. All right, so for federal office, we got the federal office and state office here. So for federal office, obviously, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Yeah, Tim Walz. I was about to say JD Vance. Hold on, let me see some instructions. Use only a black or blue pen to vote your choice. Fill the oval completely. If you make a mistake, mark the ballot so that your intent is clear. The writing space is only available in contests that have registered writing candidates. To vote For write-in candidates, fill in your oval next to the write-in space and click the name of the candidate in the area indicated. We must be able to clearly distinguish which of the eligible write-in candidates you intend to vote for. Check the website for the names of candidates who have withdrawn their ballots after the ballots were printed. I want to do blue ink. I'm feeling things, so we're gonna do blue ink here. And yeah, so let's do that up quick. Just check. I love this pen because like it. My bad, guys. That sounds way too loud. Oh, and they made them LR capable too? Lord, it's gonna be such a grind. Okay. Right in for president. I would have put my name, but you know, let's not be goofy here. And I guess I'm just gonna do the state offices and stuff now, so of course I ain't gonna talk about those, but sheesh, man, I haven't done this in a really long time. The last, where was I? I think I was in Kuwait last time I did a mail-in ballot. Pretty sure. Yeah, just make sure you fill in these circles properly here. I do gotta spend more time like in the general not general election, the state stuff. I said I only been here for I think like 8-9 months now. So I still got a lot of more to do. A lot more researching to do. Jesus. So many. Lib party? What the hell is a UFP party? Okay, it looks like the game is about to pull up here. This is cool. There's quite a lot of independents. That's interesting. All right. Now I see why people don't like tend to do this. This is, I ain't gonna lie, this is like kind of right? Because you would have had to really been like paying, at least at the state level, you would have really been paying attention to like state stuff that isn't as readily like as readily talked about as like the federal stuff. Make sure. Oh yeah, hey SBang, sorry. See, I knew I had to peeked over because I'm like, am I seeing movement? Yep. Yep, I'm a veteran, and let's see, that said he would give me $5 to vote for Trump for the first time. I am currently pursuing legal action against him for felony voter fraud. And that's crazy. Oh man. I will forward your Twitch username to my lawyer as an accomplice. Expect to be summoned. Crazy thing is I would be surprised. That's that's funny. My understanding is that like in regards to like those type of legal challenges for like the voter stuff, like is only like you have to provide some type of benefit or value in exchange for anything related to voting. So since I'm not providing any type of I don't know what incentive you're gonna sit there and say I'm providing, but ain't none here. So nice try. But that is funny though. I do love the joke. That tried to get you to vote, man. Like, hey, that would have been I mean, it's $5. That would have been $5 if you was already going to vote for him. I don't know who you was going to vote for, but I would have took the money if I was already going to vote for him. That's why, like, that's why Elon Musk was trying to like push for the, what is it? The like the $1 million or whatever to get people to register, or clear violations of the law. But I think like what's his attorneys trying to argue? I think something about like the people who actually got the money were spokespersons, so they wouldn't count. To me, that's just pretty ludicrous. See, state auditor. Oh yeah, I need to finish. I'm almost done filling in my mailing back. Like I said, I tried so hard to work with the AI to give me some compelling reasons for Donald Trump, and it just ain't pan out. I'm sorry. You could have voted and gotten 2 McDonald's out of it. Jokes on you. Exactly. Let's say $5, right? Like the yeah, dude, McDonald's even still have do they still have any decent like dollar menu items? You know what? What about the 4 for $4? Do Wendy's still do the 4 for $4? Like, bro, I'm telling you, man, that's $5, man. You could have, you could do it. And the thing is that he wouldn't even known unless he was gonna watch you vote, right? You could have said, sure, you went and go vote. You could have voted whoever you wanted, and then you still got the $5. Like, I'm just saying, man, you wasn't thinking about the vision. You didn't have the vision in mind if you didn't actually take it. I'm sorry. That's that's fraud 101, man. You gotta have the vision. Most certainly gotta have the vision. I'm almost done. Now I'm doing like the county votes here. I always feel some type of way like when you fill out these bubbles and like your pen goes out of the outline. I don't know why I feel so dirty not being within the boundaries of these bubbles. Maybe that's just me. That's probably just me. Hold on. I got like 2 more names. Oh, yeah. I know this one. Yeah.
Hell yeah. A brother just hopped on the train for our Twitch movement. Better be speaking some damn English motherfucker.
Man, I swallow. Thank you so much for the follow, fam. We are, on the up and up. I know I can't even say I normally try to stream like Mondays like 4 times out the week, just because I've been taking like massive breaks because of work, but also because like my streams suck in terms of like technological difficulties. If you was here when I first like pulled it up, bro, like we was struggling hard trying to get certain things working, and I've been procuring new equipment in order to change that. My God, bro. The one thing, like, I love anime. It's just like sometimes they be going a little crazy with like the fan service. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, why did they have to like give her that shirt? Like, in the actual anime, she doesn't even like, she normally wears a suit. Like, that's just crazy. I don't know why they put her in. All right, I got to do the back page now. I forgot that there was a back page. It said it was, double-sided. Let me just pay attention to this real quick. Play special video. No. Oh yeah, see, to get the original. Oh, so you're going to get the original. Wait, I wonder if they buffed them. Let me take a quick look. Hold on, guys. I'm distracted. Yes, and let me take a quick look. Yes, yeah, I already have it. But let's see. Completely clear the final episode of the Collab World Quest. Oh yeah, there we go. See, I can have that going while I'm sitting here filling this stuff out. Boom. All right, let's see what we got here. Now let's get to the school system here. Let me see what else I got. I didn't catch the username at first, but this is clearly a troll 1000% account. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It is. Let's see, SBAMG. Not that I am selling my vote or anything, but let's say 5 Papa John's pepperoni pizzas appeared out front of my door within the next hour, courtesy of you. I would probably get into a Trump voting. Oh my God, you guys are funny. But if not, my mood will not be ruined, and I will vote for Kamala. And I and I am in PA, so my vote is worth 10x yours. Ain't it crazy? Like, this is why like the whole electoral college thing I think is like a little bit like unfortunate, because it should be that everybody's vote is like equally valued across the states, and that's just not the case. Like, you in Texas, your vote don't matter. It's gonna go for Trump, right? You in New York, your vote don't matter. It's gonna go for Kamala, right? It's only these really specific states, right, that like so much attention and focus has to go into, because their votes are actually what will decide this election. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and I can't even think of like some of the other states at the moment. So let's see. You know what I'm interested in? I'm interested to see how Florida pans out, because what Trump stole Florida. And I'd be really interested to see if Kamala manages to steal it back. I don't think I've seen any polls or anything suggest anything like that, but would still be interesting. Let's see. School board district. Only one person for school board? Shit, I could have ran. Next time I'm gonna run for some of these. If there's only gonna be one name, shit, I'm gonna run. Be crazy. I actually win, right? Just off the rip. Let's see. Just for retention. As far as I know, everything's all been all handy dandy, so he's been doing a good job so far in my limited information of him. Hold on, I got like, Jesus Christ, man, this is a lot of work. Hold on. In the office, yes. I haven't heard of any scandals or anything like with the people in the justice system, at least in the state I'm in. So as far as I know, I will be voting for everybody to be retained. But should I hear anything otherwise, you best believe the next time this comes around, it'll probably be in like a year or two from now, or 2 years from now. It will not be this. You will not get off this easy. Sorry, guys. We are voting. I'm like halfway through on the back of the second page here. Only like 6 more names to go through. This is interesting. So you can vote for people to be retained. I guess if we're talking about the justice system, electoral college only doesn't make sense because the federal government has way too much power over each state. Yes, this is I don't know if I grant that, because like if the federal government had like that much power over each state, then like when Trump was trying to like change the votes for those states and like he would have had a better job. He would have been able to do like a much better job at getting his votes counted in the states that he lost when he was doing the fake elector scheme. I would argue. I think the electoral college, if I understand this correctly, the purpose of the electoral college was something about like trying to combat the whole majority rule issue, because like you had this situation where like you had like smaller states or whatever. It was something to do with the majority. It was like smaller states like would be potentially like crowded out. So that's why like they did the things with like Congress and the Senate. And then so like the electoral college was to like to help prevent a case where like mob rule would always like be in control of like who gets to be the presidency or whatnot. And it could be like, it's just like really weird. It's been such a minute since I've last went through or went through like the whole like origin story of like the electoral college system. But I wouldn't say I wouldn't say like the federal government really has any like real say over states in that regard, because I don't think there's anything anybody's gonna do for Texas to ever be blue, although it is slowly changing over. I will say that. Let me see what you guys got here. Let's see. Nice try. If you can't make your own decision on who to vote for as an adult, then you might have some serious questions to answer for yourself. Maybe go talk to someone like your dad who has some value to add to your well-being. Parents do always have good value to add to your well-being. You should always take their advice. And that ironically, you got people that vote party lines, so I would actually lump them into that, if we're being fair. That won't vote for themselves, but they'll vote. They'll vote party lines, even though like they really should vote for like who they think will be best fit for whatever. If I'm not mistaken, like what Mitch McConnell's entire purpose during Obama's administration was to make sure that he killed whatever bill Obama was trying to pass. So I think like 6 out of 8 years was just like an absolute standstill. And Obama was only able to like get stuff through via executive action. Let's see. Are we hearing who you are voting for? Smaller states get a smaller amount of electoral votes. Larger states get more. It keeps larger states from controlling who ends up in the White House. Yep, this is the case. Yeah. So I already voted. After like my whole debate, if you want to call it that, with like the AI, because the AI was not trying to give me any like real reason to support Trump. I'm most certainly voting Kamala Harris right now. And I'm voting the people, at least for the ones that I know of. I can easily select these guys, and then for the ones like at the state and county levels, which I'm not too familiar with, you know, I'm doing a mixture right now, because it's just like some of these people I know, some of these I actually have never heard of, like for both Republican and Democrat. So, the state has been more or less doing really good. So, and it's mostly a red state, my understanding. So. You know, let's just keep it as it is. Okay, so that's the first ballot. So the first ballot is now done. Or like the first page. Sorry, you know, I don't want to say first ballot like I got more than one. Let's see. Okay, cool. No, nothing. No. Okay, cool. Nothing new there. Let's see. That's my character is like surviving, doing this thing over there. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, so these are the actual, you know, I really like, sorry, that's second page. I'm going to page 1. I really like that you can vote for laws and stuff too. I think like, isn't Florida like today? Technically today, right? Because it's 12 o'clock now. So today, like voters, like Florida's going to vote for, I think like legalizing marijuana. And I think they already voted on the abortion issue, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It'll be really interesting how any of that plays out. But of course, you know, Ron DeSantis, because like, you know, there's no morals in them. Like, you know, we complain about censorship and government control and whatnot, and the moment it benefits him, he'll do it without a second thought. I'd be really curious to see if they end up passing, you know, making the case for abortion, or enough votes to vote for abortion and marijuana. I'm curious like how he's gonna like work that or handle that. So let's see. Be amended to allow to be used for all process public education funding for changes in enrollment and inflation is approved. State statute will eliminate the state sales tax on food. I would be for this, sure. There's no more sales tax on food. Would be very nice, right? And if that's just so you could just change it to where like you're budgeting, or you're taking the income tax money for other stuff to compensate, yeah, that'll work. Amended to increase the limit on the annual distribution of state school fund to public schools from 4 to 5%. Yes, I'm a big person for education, just so we know, right? Because I think like one of the things that both parties have like fallen really short on, debt is obviously one of them, but like education, this is the reason why we're in this situation where like it's like a split decision, because whether like you're super for Trump or you're super for Harris, if you can't understand why the other side is voting for the other side is voting for that side, it's because education is in very short supply, or short importance here in the United States, in my opinion. Right? If we actually took education a lot more seriously, these things would be a lot more easier to like hash out. Be amended to have the office of county sheriff be elected by voters. Sure. I'm always for like making things more democratic in the process. Be changed to strengthen the initiative process by prohibiting foreign influence on ballot initiatives and referendums, clarifying that the voters and legislative bodies' ability to amend laws. Would also be changed. Allow citizens 50% more time to gather signatures. Establish requirements for the legislature to follow the intent of ballot initiatives. Yeah, that sounds good. Especially to stop foreign influence in these ballot initiatives. Yeah, that works. All right, let's see what we got here. Kamala Harris is a single-issue president that relies on billion-dollar influencer marketing schemes for her campaign. And even as she runs on the pro-choice campaign, she lost abortion under vice presidency and spent years not getting it back as a right. Well, but I mean, that's because of the democratic process, right? These states challenged, challenged abortion. Trump was able to get 3 Supreme Court judges into the, into the Supreme Court who were going to like kill Roe v. Wade. Like, there's nothing the president or the vice president can do in that regard, right? Because like, again, the president doesn't control what laws are passed. He can only enforce them. And so like, unless there's going to be a law from Congress to allow abortion, right, then it just ultimately just becomes back into the states. So now some states allow it, some states don't. That doesn't have anything to do with like the president. That's for both Trump and Biden and Kamala Harris, right? Like, only thing they could do is just like this, elect judges, right? Elect judges that would sit there and like vote one way or the other, which to me is like crazy on either side you look at it, right? Because judges are supposed to be ruling in favor of the law, the text, the statute, what is like the actual like text in the law that says that this can be done, or the Constitution, what the Constitution's intention was with regards to certain matters, right? Putting a certain judge in a position so that you can have things ruled a certain way, to me is crazy. Let's see. Well, I voted for Trump, but I'm not going to blast you for voting Harris. As a fellow, I understand that is your right, and the core of our freedoms allow to us. Everyone has the right to vote for whoever they want. Yep. And I don't blast people for voting for Trump. Like, that's why I kept guys, look, I was working really hard to see if I could find justifiable reasons for voting for Trump. And like, to me, like the biggest thing is just like not January 6th, not the alleged things of racism, not like the fumbling of COVID or any of this stuff. Like, to me, it was just the fake elector scheme. The fake elector scheme, if the fake elector scheme did not happen, maybe I might have voted maybe for Trump, maybe. But like, that fake elector scheme was just like, it's just wild to me. As like my personal reasoning, right? There's other arguments that could be made like for Trump that, like I said, I tried going through policies. I tried going through like actual tangible outcomes that happened during his presidency versus the things that has happened as tangible outcomes during Biden's presidency. And I'm just like, yeah, it's, I didn't do it, but hey, like, this is what the democratic process is all about, right? So, let's see what happens, right? And then hopefully there's not too much funny business like once these votes start getting counted, because we're already starting to see all of the people setting the ballot boxes on fire, the careless handling of certain like mail-in ballots. Like, I think like there was like one like delivery driver that didn't have it secure, so like if they fell out of the back of a truck. There was another delivery driver that took the ballots into the woods and like threw them away, and so he got caught. Then we had like the people that stole the mail-in ballots and then pushed them, filled them out and then sent them off, and then those got caught. However, I think 2 out of 5 of those did actually go through, because like the way these are counted is like once like all the verifications are done, like these are separated so that you like nobody knows. Like when you look at a ballot, you can't tell who actually like voted for the person, because there's no information on it per se, my understanding. So like once they're separated out of the envelopes, if they end up getting counted, then like there's nothing you can really do, because you can't pull those out. You have no way of identifying them. So there's all these things are happening now. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think they can get abortion back until half of the Supreme Court drops dead. It is a useless campaign to run on, and she's still doing it without providing any policy value in any other areas. True. I don't think because like the only way you're going to get around that would be what is it, like I guess like a federal, like I guess if you have like the House and the Senate, you could attempt to pass a law, but like the problem is that like the state obviously Texas and all the other Republican states are going to like file a lawsuit, so it's not even going to be effective until it makes its way through the court system. And I honestly I don't even know how I'm not even too sure like how the Supreme Court would even handle like a federal law being passed or like allow abortion. I mean, they killed Roe v. Wade, but that was just I don't know. It probably isn't gonna happen. I give that to you. Half the Supreme Court is gonna probably have to go. And on top of that, her and Waltz's foreign and border policy are brutal. What's the fake elector scheme? Okay, so with regards to the foreign and border policy, look, like at the end of the day, I just want something to be done about the border, right? This thing with like it's not good enough, so we're not going to do anything. Like it has to stop, right? Because that was the argument for like the bill, right? The bill that was being passed that the Republicans made. The conservative Republicans made that immigration bill. There's no reason why it should not have gotten support and passed. And yeah, it didn't get passed. And then the true arguments, because Trump didn't want it to get passed, right? We all know this, right? Trump told them that he doesn't want it passed because he wants it to maintain an issue so that he can run off of it. Because every single problem, you ask him about any problem like that we're currently facing, and it always loops back to illegal immigrants, right? Taxes are too high, illegal immigrants, right? There's no jobs, illegal immigrants, right? We have manufacturing is like in the trash. It's because of illegal immigrants. It's just so like illegal immigrants, right? That's the only thing he can just run on. I'm gonna just let that keep playing. So like anything, just as long as they do something, right? If they can revive that bill that was killed by Trump, so that we can actually get like real more border agents as well as more judges to start killing that backlog of asylum claims, like that's already a step in the right direction. Investment for machines to get the drugs that's coming through the ports of entry, right? That's a step in the right direction. We can always pass more laws for more things. Just start passing something is my thing. Now for the fake elector scheme, so the simplest way I'm going to explain it to you is going to be like this. Think of illegal immigrants voting, right? So you have this issue where, you know, the case is made that illegal immigrants, right, are sitting there and they're submitting fake votes, right? We you know, it's such a huge issue, such a big problem, and such a huge concern that we have, right? Even though none of the court systems, none of the investigations and stuff have found it in wide enough margins for it to matter. There's always these onesies or twosies. Okay, the fake elector scheme, right, is where Donald Trump got a group of people for different states to lie on a form to say that they were the electors of that state. Because the way it works is that after this election stuff is done, like whoever wins the states, right, the states have to come together and then get their electors to send the certification votes to Congress, right? Think of it as another leg in the voting process, right? We are voting to see like which candidate wins the state, and then the state then has you can call it a ceremonial vote essentially, right, where they vote, you know, the elector vote to Congress to elect like said person, right, that won that state, right? This is the most simplest version I can give you, right? So now just think of somebody getting a group of people to inject themselves in that process to submit fake votes. That is what Donald Trump did. That is what black and white, right? We got the documents, we got the group of people, we got the videos of showing these group of people meeting, the forms that they filled out saying that they were the electors when they were not. They were not part of the states in whatever shape or form. They created the elector votes, and then they tried to submit those to Congress. And that is why January 6th was such a big deal. Like, I don't even care about like the protests and then the stuff that happened, the attack in the Capitol building. The goal, right? Remember, the goal was the reason why he was attacking Mike Pence so much, because the goal was that when the votes were being counted, that those states that he lost, Pence would send those votes back saying that these don't look right, and you know, we need to like talk about these further and fake votes or whatever. And then in doing that, then those fake votes that Trump had those group of people submit, that those would be counted instead, so that he would win those states, and then he would be president of the United States for elected. That in its simplest form, that's what the fake elector scheme was, right? That is what the fake elector scheme was, right? All the crying about illegal immigrants voting, so fake votes, right? We actually have him actually doing that for the states. I think it was like, it was Pennsylvania, Georgia, I think it was Arizona, right? And the thing is this isn't like make-believe or nothing, right? There's like, people are being prosecuted for this right now. People are being prosecuted for this, for doing this. So like, it's not anything that I'm just like giving, like, you know, like exaggerating or straight up lying to you like some of these people will do. Like, no, like these, like you can Google this, you can pull it up, you will find the court cases that are going, right? This is the reason why he has the as a matter of fact, the Georgia case, right? That's probably gonna like that what's her name? Was it Fannie Willis? Fannie Willis like essentially just kind of botched with her whole like little scandalous relationship with one of the prosecutors. Like if she just kept things licensed professional, that would have been in the court, that would have been in the limelight a lot more, because that was one of those high value cases because of that. Because he sat there and tried to like pressure, the state officials or whatever to like find the fake votes, and then he did the fake elector scheme for Georgia and for all those other states. So that's that. Let's see. Harris is planning to bust in illegal immigrants in the tens of thousands, sue states for not counting their votes, then implement an amnesty program that would have the vast majority of them reported if they don't qualify for citizenship once she's elected. If Trump was involved in this, will he not be impeached once he is found guilty? So the problem is that like, okay, so let me start with like your first thing with like the illegal immigrants thing, right? In the tens of thousands. Well, again, right? So let's just take Texas as a great example for this, right? Because you don't have to bust nobody in, right? The border's right there. They hit Texas first before anything else, right? You still have to let's go through the process that an illegal immigrant would have to go through to fake an American vote. Okay, so very first thing that they're going to need to do as an illegal immigrant that has no connections, no resources here in the United States, right? That crosses the border, right? They have to find an address. Right, they have to find an address that they can potentially accept mail in, right? Because they damn sure can't do it in person, right? Because they would have to have a fake ID, right? So we're going to assume we're going to use the mail-in vote process, right? Because this is the quote unquote most insecure way of voting, right? So they have to have an address. They got to find an address. They got to find an address that they can register, that they have to register with the state to sit there and say that this is their place where they want to get their mail-in ballot to vote, right? So they have to then, right, because Texas, right, requires you to, go to the DMV to get your driver's license or whatever in order to then be able to register to vote. You can't just go on the voter thing, because they ask you for identifiable information. So social security number, right? An address, right? And these are all things that as an illegal immigrant, you have to already have off the bat. Let's say you get all those things, right? So let's say you steal somebody else's information. Hey, I know this person here. They're not going to vote. Let me just steal their information, right? So I have to already know of one person, right? I got to do this for multiple people. We're just going through the process of just faking one vote, right? So I steal this person's information that somehow I magically have as an illegal immigrant with no connections or resources here that came into the United States that happen to be in the right place where this person that I know isn't going to vote. So I'm not going to get caught because they're not going to try and vote, and then the system isn't going to get triggered, right? So I get the information, right? Then I sit there and I set the request for the mail-in ballot. Then I have to intercept that. So I have to sit there and I got to go through and check their mail daily in order to intercept that mail-in ballot. Okay, cool. I get it. Now I need to then fake their signature, and I got to do it, right? So that means I need to also, because I don't know what their signature look like. The ballot isn't going to have their signature on it. So now, right? And there's not too many things I can think of that you would sign that you would throw away in the trash. Now I got to figure out how this person's signature look like in order to like fill it out and sign it so where it doesn't get flagged in the system. All right. And then I have to hope that this person is also not about to vote. And that's for faking somebody as an actual American citizen, another American citizen. If I'm going to create that out of thin air, I need to find some way to access the database system for the voter rolls, actually get myself into that system somehow. So I need to somehow like register in that system without setting off any form of like security measures or identification measures needed for me to actually put my information in the system. But maybe I got all those connections, and I got the fake address that I can accept mail, and then I get the mail-in ballot, and then I'm just doing all that for one single vote, right? A lot of these elections are like, if they're razor thin, they're in the thousands, right? Like they're in the, like, what wasn't the Georgia one? I actually need to find 1,170 something votes, right? So I need to fake that many votes for me to actually, it's just not worth it. And for what? As an illegal immigrant who, if I really want to stay in the United States, once I do this and I get caught, which is almost certainly going to happen, right? That's it. There's no amnesty. There's like none of that. Once I committed that crime, there's nothing that's going to happen that's going to keep me from getting deported and ever being allowed to come back in the United States. Because these people that get when you commit a crime, especially like a serious crime like that, once you get kicked out, like there's no time period or nothing. Like that's it. You're done. My understanding, right? I could maybe be wrong in that. At the very least, I do recall there is like a significant time, like years. We're talking like 30 plus years. You have to wait before you be allowed to be able to like go through the legal process of immigrating. So like, it's so many different ways of just stupid, of just thinking that the whole illegal immigrant thing vote is just as I'm doing my ballot here, I can look at these barcodes. And then if I'm going to sit there and I'm going to fake this, right? Now I got to sit there and I got to create barcodes, right? I got to create I got to somehow fake all of the security measures these mail-in ballots have, right? And I'm doing this as an illegal immigrant with no resource. Like, I'm sorry. It's just, I just look that, and that again, right? And we're doing all of that for one. Now I'm trying to do that for 1,000. Like, it's just not real. I'm sorry. It's just not real. Let me keep it going. And let's see what we got. Let's see if Trump, oh yeah. And then as far as the Trump impeachment thing, like, for state crimes, I mean, they could probably do that. But again, right. If the Republicans control it, why would well, maybe they could be, if the Republicans had a spine, it would actually work really good for them, because if they actually impeach Trump, then JD Vance would be president, and I'm pretty sure JD Vance would get a lot more things passed or be able to work things way better than Trump would, and it wouldn't be nearly as much controversy. But that'll never happen, right? They'll just like with the thing with like the riots, right, when they impeached him, or like the call where he was illegally holding the aid that Congress passed from Ukraine and stuff, and then he was impeached for that, right? The impeachment happens in the House, and then there have to be a conviction in the Senate, which if it's Republican control, they're not going to kick. Why would they kick the Republican president out? That's just not going to happen. So impeachment thing's off the table. So the only thing is just going to be the state crimes, which if he wins, I have no idea how the hell that type of conflict is going to go between like being convicted at the state and then you being president of the United States, so a federal officer. I have no idea. That's gonna be pure chaos. They're probably just gonna end up dropping it. If he wins, I think, even though I wouldn't like it, I would rather they drop it. But let's see. Virginia alone has 20,000 votes that were flagged and asked to affirm their U.S. citizenship within 14 days, and the Harris domain is suing right now. So for not counting the 20,000 votes with no verifiable ID for U.S. citizenship, fact checked myself. Official number is 6,303. You don't think that's a problem? Do you see like how significant of a difference that is from 20,000 to 6,303? That's kind of crazy. But the thing is that my understanding is that the suit is coming from the voter registration rolls that they scrubbed, right? Because there's a federal law that says you can't do this within 90 days of an election, which would make sense. Like, present to me the argument on why they didn't do this earlier. Why did they wait until so close to the election to then clean up the voter registration rolls? You don't find that odd? You don't find that like a little bit like suspicious that like you're going to quote unquote, these people can't be identified as an actual U.S. citizens, so we're going to take them off the rolls, but I'm gonna wait until it's close to the actual election day so that in case I accidentally take somebody off that is an American citizen, which these people have came up. So some of those people, right? I know like there was like 2 people that were I don't remember. They look like I guess they were like foreign born people that legally immigrated into the United States. So they are U.S. citizens that also got taken off, right? That are U.S. citizens that are registered, that are allowed to vote there. Now they got to jump through hoops to try and like get that fixed before the election, before the actual election. Like to me that's like that's pretty crazy. But to your point too, right? One major issue that I have is just like this thing with like IDs. Like I can't even say neither side. Really, that's just the Republicans' fault, right? Like I don't understand. Like if you want to have voter ID for votes, require it like a lot of states do, and make it so that an American citizen can easily get their ID, right? Like it would solve so much problems. And this is why I know like the Republicans aren't like, our party isn't taking it seriously. Our party doesn't care about like the whole voter ID thing, because if you did, you can easily pass a federal law to say like, look, everybody's going to be required to have voter ID, and we're going to take steps to make it easy for people to get their voter ID. It can't be the case because I just moved to this state. And I paid like over $100 and something in order to get my driver's license. Like to me, that's like wild. Like to me, that's crazy, right? I didn't even have a job yet, right? Because I moved here for a job, right? And I didn't even like get paid yet, and I needed to come up with the money. Like to me, that's just like wow. Like there should be a federal ID free of charge if you for an American citizen, and then you use that to vote. That will solve everything. There would never be any question or any problem about any of this, right? But nobody's taking this issue seriously because this isn't a real issue that people even want, right? Because like at the end of the day, Texas, you can't register to vote without an ID. You just can't, right? A lot of these states have these ID requirements. So it's just like, and then the thing is like for the people that try to vote that aren't like legal citizens, they get caught. Like 99% of these people get caught. Like that's the reason why what all the court systems went through, right? There was hardly any voter fraud to find, right? We found these handfuls because a majority of the stuff gets caught. Some of these people even get wrapped up when they are citizens to be able to vote. Like it's just like that. That's how serious this stuff is taken. Like you're not pulling this off in like these states here. So you don't agree with secure elections and voter ID? You need an ID to do literally anything, to include opening a bank account. Why not voting as well? If there isn't anything going on, why would Dems be so opposed to voter ID? VA wasn't allowed to properly ID them because it was considered discriminatory, so they had to do it post-election and found 6,000 suspicious voters, likely many others passed their radars. So with regards to the voter ID, I support having ID for like the election. That's fine. Just don't sit there and lie and say that you're doing it. You want to have it because you want your election secure, but then you won't do anything at all to make it so that people can easily get it. Because to me, the fact that I had to pay $100 and something to get my driver's license, for example, right? To me, that's crazy. Like that's absolutely crazy. Like that means then that, like, you know, as like I'm trying to think, like when I was a college student, right? Like I damn sure was I didn't get an ID as a college student until I think it was like 21, 22, right? Because just first and foremost, I didn't have the money to sit there and like and pay for an ID, right? Not no $100 something. And I think like, what? I think I was in Virginia at the time. But like just at the end of the day, right? Have your voter ID laws and have it so that people can get their IDs easily without any hassle, right? Right? You should be able to present your birth certificate, your social security card, you get ID, there shouldn't be any cost. You know? That's just all that's just all at the end of it, as I'm saying. The fact that you won't do any of those things tells me that the voter ID thing isn't the real problem you're having. You just don't want certain classes of people to vote. That's just what it is. That's and one of the ways you can wiggle that without setting anybody off is just by like sitting there saying that, oh, you know, our system isn't secure, so we need voter IDs, or that, oh, you know, these people need to be physically in the United States to be able to vote. So like all these mail-in ballots that came from overseas shouldn't be counted, even though, you know, you have the military, you know, you have state law that says that, you know, if you're out of country at the time and you're not going to be able to make it back in the country, that you can do so, right? It's just like you just don't want certain people to vote. Just say that. Just say that you don't want certain people to vote, and at least we can just, you know, like stop like playing around with like this whole voter ID thing. And then regarding like the discrimination thing, I haven't heard of that. 6,000 suspicion votes. If they investigate it, like at the end of the day, like that's cool that they found that, you know, 6,000 suspicious people. If they investigate it, because once again, that's what it always just ends up being, right? You get these cases of like potential voter fraud, then these people go and they investigate it, and then it turns out that it just wasn't the thing at all, right? If I'm not mistaken, like I think like what is it, like wasn't there there was something about it in Georgia where like there was like 20,000 votes from people who did not live in that state that voted in Georgia. And then like when they investigated that, what happened, right? Almost all of that was exclusively the military. Since the military, like as a military person, you know, you get PCS, you get, you know, moved around like state to state or whatever when you get stationed somewhere, and then like you can vote in that state, if I'm not mistaken, right? Especially like the, you know, as long as there's nothing like weird about the state law or anything like that, I'm pretty sure you're able to vote. And that was the case like with Georgia, for example. So like I said, there's always these cases of like suspicion here, funny business over there, investigation, then it's a lie, right? The thing about like the lady that pulled out the box of ballots from underneath the table, right? That shit was there. Like, you know, they cut that video, and they didn't show you any of the video before that showed that exactly where that box came from, accounted for, and it was just left under the table because it was forgotten. It's just all craziness. It's just craziness. Have you checked? Oh, that's me. Haha, I was reading my own chat. All forms of ID should be free, but we're not the ones in the White House to make that happen right now. Kamala is, and she's specifically choosing not to. Can the vice president pass a law? Can the vice president even sign a law? I don't think so. So that, unfortunately, that's just not a good argument. Like, her being in the White House, her being in the White House, like that's why it's so hard to like stick her to any of these things, because at the end of the day, she's vice president. She's not president of the United States. So like there's she can't sign any law. She can't pass any executive action. That's the first thing. And then secondly, even if she was president, right? Like that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a federal system, right? Because you're not forcing the states to do ID. Like there's nothing you're about to do to make a state like do that unless you pass a law in Congress. So that means the Congress needs to pass it, the Senate, House needs to pass it, oh my God, bro. I'm sorry, it's getting late. House passes it, Senate passes it, and then the president signs it, right? What does that law even look like, right? I'm pretty sure there would be an issue, because I think the Constitution says the states have a right to run the elections how they want to do it. So I don't think Congress can even pass a law. That's something we would have to amend. What we could do is we can create a completely new use as identification purposes. We can do that. And then the onus would be on the states, because any state that will sit there and say, well, this ID is not good or whatever reason, then you know that they're sitting there, they just don't want you to vote. That, which, then they get caught. Absolutely get caught. But yeah, like there's nothing Harris is doing. Harris is not part of any of that change. She's not part of the legislative process whatsoever. And she's not part of the authority to pass an executive order in order to do anything. So that's just not going to work. I've never had a problem getting a driver license and have lived in 6 different states and 3 different countries since I was 18. The comical to excuse that is impossible or hard to do is, it's comical to me that it is hard to do so. Well, that's good that you didn't have that issue. My understanding is going to be that it starts off with a financial barrier, right? So like if you just don't got it, you just don't got the money. So like you're living like razor thin, like me, like at that time, like me, like I had a credit card, so I was able to cover it, but I didn't have the cash at the time, because that was the whole point why I was moving to this state, was to get a job, because I was looking for a job after a couple of months. It was the first thing. Then the second thing too, like me actually, like I had a birth certificate issue where like my there was like I think they spelled like my middle name wrong or whatever, so I had to go through the court process, pay fees there in order to get that corrected, and then I was able to take that to then get a driver's license. So like there are actual circumstances out there. They're far and few in between. That's not the general masses. So I'm gonna just stick with the general mass. If you're, let's see, so here, if you've ever like had like certain types of crimes, so like if you was like like if you ever had like your driver's license suspended or whatever, right, there's a fee to get that back. Then there's also the hardship of even getting it, right, because I've been to DMVs that have been really good and fast about it. I've been to DMVs where like you're waiting hours, and I mean like you're basically got to take the entire day, which especially if you're like a low wage hourly worker, like you're talking about, not only you're talking about the financial like thing that you have to pay in order to get it, but now you also have to actually take off work in order to actually get it, because it's going to take you, it'll take you at least half the day in order to do it in a lot of those places where it's congested, right? Because I've been in those DMVs where like I'm just, my entire day is now, like a bulk of my day is gone because of it, right? So they do exist. They don't I personally, me, and I'll be honest with you, personally, me, I don't even think those are really valid excuses, really, to say that, why you can't get your driver's license, right? I feel like there's things, that remedial things you can do to like to overcome that, because at the end of the day, you need a license, and I understand it might be hard, but like, what are you gonna do? Like you just don't want it hard enough, I guess. So just be like what I would say. So like I'm with you there. Like honestly, I'm with you there. Like more or less an excuse, but at the same time, it is still a valid excuse though. Like there are still like certain hardships or challenges in voting. I don't know like how much of the population is impacting for it to be like a real deciding factor. I think just at the end of the day, it's just being used as just an excuse by both sides, honestly, to sit there and say that the other side is like, trying to do funny business voting. That's how I see it, honestly. The vice president is, let's see. Vice president has the most exclusive access to the president of the United States out of any other person, and Biden has specifically talked of how much he reveres Kamala and takes her suggestions to heart. Taking her suggestions to heart and actually doing the things that she wants are still different. Like at the end of the day, it's still his decision to do or don't do something. Kamala Harris does not have any any say in that regard. If she wants him to do something he doesn't want to do it, then he doesn't do it. Like that's, it's different when you're the president. When you're the president, if you want to do something and you have the authority to do it, guess what? You get to do it. Like there's no negotiation. That's like saying, like, that's the thing with Congress, right? Like in that theory, right? Like you could say that with like anybody in Congress, right? Because at the end of the day, like Congress has to pass laws. If the president wants a law passed, right, Congress has to be willing to do it. And then if Congress wants to have a law passed that they want the president to sign, they have to work with the president to do it, right? It just like that to me, that's not a very good not a very good argument. Although I will say, ironically enough, right, that's why like the whole wasn't that thing that was hitting the news cycles like a couple of weeks ago about there being a case where like Egypt may have like funneled like a couple of millions of dollars in the Trump's campaign, like secretly, and then like Bill, was it? I was about to say Bill Barr, whoever it was, his attorney general at the time, then like killed that investigation to make sure that nothing came to light from that. Like I don't know. I don't know. To me, like at the end of the day, the president, it's up to the president what he decides to do. Like no amount of people around him like ever change that, unless they do favors, like Egypt potentially did. I don't know for Trump. We'll see. And man, I was moving my phone and like hit the cord by mistake. Now my cord is all jacked up. Oh yeah, let me how do I end this call again? There we go. Let me just kill that real quick. And now I have to now I gotta like sit here and fix this. Let's see. Come on, phone. Okay, there we go. My mom had to pay $8,000 last year to just renew her driver's license over unpaid insurance on a car that hasn't been driven in 5 years. It is absolutely an insane cutthroat system, but I don't think that's a partisan thing. I think that's our government sucks. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, there should not be these crazy... Paying $8,000 is crazy. I'm not going to lie. That's wild. But, and then the thing is, right? If I'm going to sit there and I'm going to be fair, right? That's... I can't even say that that's even an extreme example, right? Because I feel like there's probably a lot of people that actually end up in that boat. And this is what I'm talking about, right? There should not be like these absurd barriers. Like some of these barriers is like, okay, like you probably just wasn't really trying to like really work to get this license. Just like, at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, you don't even really need your license for anything. Like besides driving, if you're a commuter, right? Unless you look super young. So like you're trying to buy cigarettes. Because most places where you buy alcohol usually check IDs, right? Unless you're doing those specific things, like you don't need your ID for anything, right? Like there's not too many people financing. You're not financing a car, financing a house every single day. So like on the one hand is that, but like it's just like these like some of these like barriers that just come up on like preventing people from being able to get their ID license that they need that also coincide with being able to vote. To me, is just crazy. It is. It's just wild. That's crazy. $8,000 is wild. I'm trying to think if and see, and that's what I'm saying. And that is usually the key right there. It's usually something to do when somebody had did something that's like wrong in whatever shape, whether like it was like, you know, some type of crime or some type of like you know, violation or whatever, right? Now all of a sudden there's this massive like barrier. And then I do believe the argument is just that like obviously in you going years back with like the war on drugs and whatnot that disproportionately was impacting like black people especially, right? Those are the type of things that then create the major barrier for you to be able to to get your license. And that's what that is. That's why I'm like, you know, we can fix all this by making a federal ID. Make a federal ID, and then none of this is a problem anymore. But nobody's going to talk about it because at the end of the day, we know what their intentions are. I live in California currently, and I get the aspect of it as an adult. You should be responsible enough to have a driver's license. Like I said, you can't drive, open a bank account, or many other things without it. If you made decisions that keep you from having an ID, that's on you. True. What's the main actionable policy of columnists that you agree with? Actionable policy of columnists that I actually agree with. I believe the child tax credit will be like really good, right? Because in fact, didn't Trump do something like that also in his term too? There's that. There's some you know, some people are back and forth about it on like the housing thing, on like the housing tax credit. As somebody who has not bought their home, so it would be their first time home buyer, I would love, like me personally would love a $25,000 tax credit. But I'm not even looking so much forward to that as I'm looking forward to like the things that she's trying to do in order to allow more homes to be built, because that's like the housing issue, right? The housing issue we're having is just because there's just not enough homes. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't it the case? What county was declaring an emergency? I think it was a county in New York. Was it New York or was it New Jersey? One of those counties were declaring emergency because like their available housing was down to like, I think like 4%, 3%. It was like some absurdly low number of like how many like available places were left for people to like, you know, rent out or live in or whatever, right? We have a housing crisis where there just isn't enough homes being built. And a lot of that is just issues with like zoning and a lot of other like regulations and stuff that she has talked about rectifying that I would really like to see. Let me see if I can get my phone back up here real quick, guys. Hold on a moment. Let me move you down here. I'll go like that. Cool. Nice. Okay, this is back up. That's like two. What barriers? An initial fee for the license. Be responsible. Don't do stuff that would cause you issues. Yeah. Well, see, the thing is that the justice, in my opinion, right, the justice system is meant to be rehabilitative? I don't even know how to I can't even think. It's too late for me to even pronounce these words anymore, okay? But you're supposed to be able to rectify your behavior, right? So like if you know, whatever your backstory is or background, or like, you know, you did something wrong, you know, after you do your time or you pay your penalty fees or whatever like that, then that's that. I mean, it is what it is. If the argument is that you shouldn't have done anything to like to be wrong, I mean, that's an argument, right? That's an argument I can kind of sort of like agree with. But then that's at the same time, that's like saying that, you know, like what is it, like those people that end up getting killed by the cops because like they were initially resisting. It's like, you know, like those are good arguments to be made, but there's also good arguments to be made for the other side on why that probably shouldn't have been the case to begin with anyway, right? Or like that one guy, like wasn't it that like what you call it? He got like that, what's that crazy lady in the home that was like threatening to like throw like hot water on him. He shot her in the head. Like I mean, like look, like, you know, like on one hand you can argue, well, she shouldn't have been like, you know, she shouldn't have been getting ready to throw boiling hot water on him. And then on the other hand, it's like, damn, like you couldn't just leave the house or use a taser. Like, you know, it's just, there's arguments you can always make on both sides. At the end of the day, neither one of these sides are serious about actually fixing the issue. Right, you know, you can easily make a simple, cheapo federal ID that doesn't require any money, right? That you get as an American citizen, being an American citizen, right? And then all the other shit that you have to pay for because you fucked up at whatever state law, driving without a license or drugs or whatever it is, right? You can handle that at the state. That shouldn't be keeping you from handling your constitutional right. Just think of how crazy that sounds, that you can do something, right, that is not codified in the Constitution to prevent you from being able to do a constitutional right, and that's going to keep you from being able to do a constitutional right of voting. Like, to me, that's crazy, right? Because then if we allow that, then who's to say that there can't be like other things too, right? Because how many times people will go, tooth and nail over gun rights, being able to legally own guns, and won't give an inch on things like, like mental health stuff, right? Or red flag laws or whatnot, right? Which arguably, right, you wouldn't want stuff like that to keep you from exercising your Second Amendment right? So I don't know. It's an argument to be made, but me, like, once again, these people aren't serious about actually getting it fixed. Let's see. I'm not gonna. Let's see. I'm not gonna vote for someone because they promised me a child tax credit or a stimulus check. Okay, cool. So then tell me what policies then that are you're saying that Trump is going to pass that you would vote for him for. If you won't vote for somebody just because they're gonna give you a tax credit or something like that, then like I hope you're not voting for Trump for the promises of like tax cuts, right? I hope you're not doing it because you think he's gonna bring inflation down. Because if he actually does do his 20% tariffs across the board, you're gonna be in a surprise for that one. So yeah, let me hear what you think Trump is going to pass that makes you want to vote for Trump then. Eliminating the income tax, allowing companies to bring foreign money into America. To develop their business, no tax on tips or overtime, and punishments for developing abroad will serve to benefit the American economy greatly. See that okay, I'm gonna come back to that one. Let's see. I will rebuke you in the name of the Lord. No, the hell you won't. Bang, bang, bang. That's funny. Criminals can't get an ID. What law is that? Pretty sure there isn't one. That's not Republican though. It don't need a tax cut either. All right. Well, look. I'll tell you what. Let's actually go pull it up. I can sit there and say one thing. It'd be something else we do it. Let's see. Laws preventing. What is it? Laws preventing criminals from getting IDs. Let's see. Criminal division, identity theft. What do the police? Let's see. Stop and identify statues. Oh, okay, so I got to be a little bit more specific. Okay. Let me see. Let's do Texas. Right. Well, hold on. Let's see, what is it? Can someone, there you go. Can someone, there you go, with a DUI get a ID, a state ID? State ID. Let's do, I guess we'll try Texas. Let's try Texas. See what we get here. Yes, person with a DWI can get a Texas ID card even if their driver's license is suspended. You can apply for a Texas ID driver's license. You'll need to, all of that stuff there. And let's see, a DWI conviction in Texas usually results in a driver license suspension unless the probation requires the driver to complete a DWI education course within 180 days. Second or subsequent DUI offenses result in mandatory suspension periods. If you request okay, so that's all the hearings. Even if you lose the ability to drive, you will still need a valid form ID, and this will be the simplest way to ensure that you have one, though you will still be eligible for a state ID. How to replace a Texas driver's license after DWI. Okay, so I was arrested for DWI. Typically, yes. Can I avoid a suspended license? Cool. Let's see. Can someone with a felon get a state ID? Yes, convicted felons can get state ID. If they have fully discharged their sentences, completed sentence including any parole or probation, they have completed any court order, parole, or probation. Has the practice guides to help an applicant How to get a custody with a felony warrant? If you got a felony warrant, that's crazy. You just need to go ahead and turn yourself in. Talking about getting an ID while you have a warrant is wild. Here are some things to know about getting a state ID. You can apply for Texas ID. You can apply for a Texas ID without a social security card. There's no way that's right. If you can't provide 2 documents of proof of residency, you can submit a Texas residency affidavit from someone who lives at the same address. Only allowed. Let me see this. Is that really the case? Photo identification ID. International. You need the following documents: passport. If you have a social security number, present your social security at the time. However, a social security number is not necessary to apply for ID. Okay, yeah, because you would have had to apply. As long as you have to apply. That's what I'm saying. Like, not have a social ID is, like, to me, was kind of crazy. But I mean, if they require you to have, like, your passport or any of these, like, actual. Use actual forms, kind of crazy. All right, let me actually pull up, you guys. Criminals can get that's not a read that. He answered it for me. Put driver's license. Well, that answers the problem, I guess. So you can get an ID as a criminal, and hence you can vote. Yep. Now it's just a matter of actually just getting there, right? So, like I said, again, right, and that's what I'm saying. Oh, look, they only charge $33. Pay the $33 fee for your driver's license. That's just the only thing. Like, again, right, I'm not saying that it's a valid argument. It's like a serious argument to take in consideration with regards to, like, somebody just not going through the extra hardship that they, in reality, that they put themselves in order to get a license or an ID. But that's what I'm saying, right? That's why, like, I say that both sides just sit there and they just, like, really exaggerate the whole thing, right? Our side, the Republican side, to sit there that we just got these people who are just basically illegals or not citizens voting. That's why we need voter IDs, but we won't do anything to make that easy. And then the other side is saying that we shouldn't have IDs because we have all these different barriers that keep you from getting IDs. And then a lot of these barriers, not all of them, a lot of these barriers, right, are just like a matter of just like a one-day hardship. I mean, like, at the end of the day, the issue is just not important to you, in my opinion. But again, right, you probably, like I said, there's the argument to be made that you probably shouldn't have to go through that as an American citizen, right? You have a constitutional right to vote. You shouldn't have these extra hardships in order to do so. I think it's like what that argument comes back to. I personally don't support that argument. Excuse me. I personally don't support that argument. But, I mean, it is what it is. Not trying to bash you or troll you, but it's not really an issue. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying at the end of the day, it's really, it truly isn't an issue in the sense of, like, how it can be, like, how it can be rectified, right? If it's that big of a deal to you, go through the process of getting a state ID, right? You should be able to get a state, like, Texas is just one example, right? Right. And then you just, you get all these forms of stuff, and I'm sure somebody somewhere would probably, like, stick more to, like, the fiscal, like, probably the fiscal barriers, like, whatever they are, whether that's having to take off time of work, right? So that's like almost essentially, depending on how congested the place is, a full day off of work. Right. Then you get these form stuff, fill them out, travel to wherever it is. Hopefully you live near a DMV. I think when I was in Pennsylvania, I think the nearest DMV I could go to was like 15-ish minutes away, and that was me driving. So I can't imagine. So I'd imagine, like, if you're taking the public transit system, if you don't have people to drop you off, I'm sure that probably take you a lot longer, and then you'd have to get back. Like, it literally would be like a full day work for an ID that, again, right, at the end of the day, you don't even really use for anything. Like, you really just don't even use anything. You're not driving, so you're not using it for anything, right? Assuming you already had a job. So, like, it's not like you're applying for a job. You're not applying for a car or a loan or something. It's just like, so then it just becomes a, like, what do I need to do all of this for an ID that I actually really don't even need to use in my day-to-day life? I mean, it is what it is. Like, to me, I honestly don't even think it's really that serious of a deal. If both sides are serious about fixing it, right, they would just make it easy to just get the license. Just make it easy, right? Shit, like, you can get your license renewed, like, online, right? when you're renewing your driver's license, like you can do the shit online, right? I don't understand why you can't like do something like mail in the documents, and then get your, well, assuming that there's a photo. But then again, like you have to do it for a passport, right? Just think about like the passport, right? You fill out the forms, you have to go to your post office, which is arguably much more plentiful and usually closer than a than a DMV. And you take your photo, you get your documents, you mail those off, and then you can get your, I don't understand why we can't do that and get an IDs like that. I think that would solve probably like a lot of this. But again, right, that's me trying to find ways to get a solution that satisfy both sides, that neither side wants to do. But that's just that for me. So then where is the hardship if we agree? I've sat in a DMV multiple times and spent all day getting an ID. It's called being an adult. Yeah, so the hardship is when you have to, when you're a low wage worker, when you get paid by the hour and you have to spend a full day you have to give up a full day of working in order to get your ID, and you live off of razor thin margins when it comes to your bills and whatnot. Like, a lot of us are good with money. A lot of us, I'm sure you're good. You don't have to worry about it, right? When I was growing up, like especially like my mom was working, she was working 2 jobs, right? Like the margins were very thin, right? Where was it in even like in the places where like housing was like relatively cheap, right? Like all the expenses was just crazy when it came to housing, when it came to utilities and everything like that. When you get paid minimum wage, I mean, it is what it is. So like for a bulk of the people, right? Because I think it's like what, like only half. I think it's like what, like 80%. What's the population of the United States that actually? Where's my mouse at? Why is my mouse gone? Oh, is it over here? Population of the United States that make over $50,000 a year. If you think about it, like $50,000 a year, I think like after taxes translate, like for one single person, I think that translates to like around $39,000 that you get to take home after taxes, right? And then you break that living expenses. So I think like with children and stuff is even worse, right? Population of U.S. by income. Okay, let's see here. Here are some information. I hate this AI thing. Can I get here we go. Yeah, Statista is actually like really good. I'm used to seeing them. All right, let's see what we got here. Under $15,000 a year, right? And this is gross income, right? So this is before taxes. So after taxes, be less, and then you have your actual living expenses. So let's see. Let's start at 25,000 because I think these are like maybe part-time, like either part-time workers or maybe children that are potentially like working. Because I say like working and getting only $15,000 in gross income a year or $25,000 is crazy. But let's see, $25,000 to $34,000, right? That's 7% of the population. $35,000 to $50,000 is only 10% of the population. $50,000 to $75,000, that's 15%. $75,000 to 99%. Because I would say, I would argue that once you hit here, it's like $50,000. Once you hit $50,000, you generally like some of that stuff, like you can kind of handle. As long as there ain't nothing else going crazy on in your life, you should be good here. So this is what? 10%, 16%. What is this? So this would be 24. Sorry, 24, 31, right? So about 30%. So about 30% roughly of the population is like at under $50,000 a year. That's interesting. You literally can do like let's see. So then let's see. Dun, 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 dun. I've done him online multiple times, bearing I don't have to retest. You literally can do it online. I'm actually not familiar with that. If I'm not mistaken correctly, like if you're getting your license for the very first time, I don't think there is a mechanism for you to do online. I think you have to come in person. Renewing is a different story. Renewing, you can do it online. But if you're getting your first time ID, so like if you moved or you're just becoming an adult or whatnot, like you have to show up in person. And then I don't even know. I'm not sure if those circumstances we talked about where like you know you got in trouble or whatever like that, that you can even do that online. You probably have to show up in person. You could probably like get that fixed online. I kind of doubt it. What I do know though is that if I'm not mistaken, because I don't think a state can issue you both a state ID and a driver's license at the same time. So if your driver's license gets suspended, I don't even think you can even fill out the paperwork online to get your state ID. I think you would end up having to come in person in order to do it. Let me check. Can you get both a driver's license and state ID? Can you get both driver's license and driver's license and state ID? Yeah, I don't even think. I just like to use Texas because Texas, Texas would be the one that had to, yes, they should straight. No, Texas law only allows a person to have either a driver's license or state ID, not both. And so with that in mind, so see, this is exactly what I assumed. So then what will end up happening, because I'm sure the system isn't designed to like inherently know or inherently handle the situation where somebody had a driver's license and then they got it suspended or whatever, and now they're able to just apply for a state ID online. I seriously doubt it. Could be the case is designed that way. I doubt it. So you would end up having to like go in person for your state ID. Then if you used to have a driver's license and suspend it, I'm pretty sure I can almost assure you, because like a lot of this stuff, especially like the tech stuff, technological stuff, right? A lot of these people always like drop the ball on like or making it as inconvenient as possible. So I doubt that'll be even happening. They can, at least in California, you can. Oh, cool. California lets you have both. Let's see. That'd be really cool. State ID, California. Yes, if you're a California resident and eligible for a license, you can have both. You can have your home address on your ID and your mailing address on your license. If you are not a resident but require a license and meet eligibility requirements, that's cool. And see, and that now that goes to like the next part of the problem, right? Is that every state has their own variation or flavor of how they want to handle like how you get your IDs and license, right? Because at the end of the day, and that's probably like maybe the biggest argument, right? Is that because there's no US across the board, no national standard, right? You're at the whims of what your particular state allows you to do or don't do for a federal election, right? So like I said, that's really cool that they let you do it. And so I'm sure they probably also then made it easy for you to also go online and do it once you do that, right? I wouldn't be surprised in that regard. Although I still kind of got it because I have very little faith in like governments when it comes to like super convenient online functionality. I haven't really seen a state or haven't heard of a state that did something cool. Like the coolest thing we started getting close to was like being able to have your driver's license in an app on your phone, right? And it's only like I think like 3 or 4 states that only let you do it, right? And that's like the closest thing. So like I kind of doubt it, but that's cool. At least that's cool that California did it, right? I don't know why Texas. I don't know why Texas doesn't want you to do it, but see that goes back to the problem at hand. All right, look, it's getting late. Let me finish my ballot, because see, y'all got me and talking and stuff. I'm on the last page here. So let's see. Proposal to reauthorize 1/10 of this thing, sales and use tax, which funds this place culture. Man, they have like a huge section for this. Let's see. This was first approved by voters in 1996, reauthorized in 2014, expires at the end of 2026, imposes a 1% tax, sales and use tax on the purpose of funding recreational, cultural, and these facilities. Get back my blue pen. And yes, right? Because I'm always, taxes that are actually properly used to fund the things that we enjoy and we make use of is always a good thing. So let's see. And then let's see. Salt Lake. Blah, blah, blah. What is it? What am I reading here? General obligation bonds in amount not to exceed $507 million to mature. Property tax costs for bonds There's a debt owed by the county. The county uses tax revenue to pay for the debt. If the bonds are issued as planned over 5 years. Oh yeah, I recall this. Without regard to the taxes, over 25 years, estimated $58 per year residency. This is the very last question, and I'm done with my mail-in ballot. So bear with me one moment, folks. Here, county average of $602,000, an estimated amount of $107 per year on the business's secondary. Blah blah blah. The county currently levies property taxes to pay debt service on other outstanding general obligation bonds that have been issued to finance voter-approved projects. Incremental property tax would decrease upon the repayment of currently issued bonds. Yeah, that's cool. I get that. So yeah, bonds, because those are used for investments and whatnot, right? Issue the bonds so that way I can get the money to invest in projects and whatnot, and then I pay those off, and as I'm paying those off, right, we we reduce the tax burden because we need less of the taxes to pay for the stuff since it's paid. Okay, these mail-in ballots are done. Now let's see what there is to do. So this is done. Hold on. And this is done. Let me kind of fold you up here, or can I get page 1? Hold on. Page 1, page 2, bring them together, fold them up. All right, cool. They're done. All right, privacy envelope. This is what voter must sign within the box below in order for their ballot to be counted. All right, let's sign our mail-in ballot. I said we'll drop it off tomorrow morning at the place. Oh, and then I could put my email and phone number. Cool. So that and an email. Hold on, guys. I gotta focus on this that I don't mess it up. I don't give you a lot of space to work with here. Hold on. And then here's the phone number. Okay, let me make sure this is legible, right? That my handwriting can be atrocious sometimes. Okay. Go ahead and slide her in here. Sheesh. Get it in. There we go. Okay, cool. It is illegal to forge a signature or sign another person's ballot, even with permission. Yes. I am the qualified resident. Sign your envelope. Can't remove this tag. And okay, cool. I don't have to worry about the sticky thing. Okay, cool. All right. This is done. And then I just need to find the location that So let me actually read these instructions real quick. So I'm not doing a ballot drop box. I want to go to the actual office. Oh, hold on, guys. The beauties of being an adult, right? All right, let me see what these questions are here. At least go. If your driver's license is suspended, then you can no longer have it. Oh, hence you can get an ID instead. I'm gonna head to sleep, but good stream. See ya. All right, Ice Swallow. Catch you later, fam. We are we're wrapping up ourselves because I'm gonna have to get up in like less than 5 hours in order to make sure I get to the right place in order to drop off this mail-in ballot. So let me I'm gonna start you there, and let me go ahead now and find our Dropbox location here. So 4 swing states. Oh, let me read this news article real quick. 4 swing states, this headline, 4 swing states shifted toward Kamala Harris in final week. Nate Silver. Okay. We'll see what happens election day. Boy. I wonder if Trump can even sleep right now. Because we also all know, too, that if Trump don't win this election, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. he gonna get packed up. All those crimes and stuff that he committed, it's finally gonna catch up with him, and it's gonna be a wrap. He is gonna do everything in his power to try and get to get elected. If he does not win, it's gonna be crazy. Let me see. What are we? Okay, I need to find. What's this link here? Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to see it. I need the. Oof, my date of birth. Okay. Log in. Oh, cool. So they have a system. At least the state I'm in, they have a system to I guess you can like put your contact preferences regarding your ballot. That's nice. Look for the ballot in the mailbox. Oh, okay, so this is for actually tracking it. So I'm glad I signed up for that. Now where do I actually go to drop this mofo off? Let me see. State. Yeah, drop off. What happens if it doesn't match? Blah blah blah. Download fact sheet. Provisional ballot fact sheet. Drop off your ballot. Ballot off at early voting locations or election day locations. Here we go. This is what I want to find. Locations. Hold on, guys. Kind of hang up there. Almost there. All right, let's see. Following steps. If your ballot mailed, make sure your mail is counted. Postmarking your ballot on or before November 4th. Dropping your ballot off at the county's clerk office, a polling location, or drop box by 8 p.m. on election day. I want to go to the county clerk's office. Oh, here it goes. What's this? Yeah. They said that these are the different locations, but they don't tell you what any of these locations are. Kind of odd. Let's see. Okay, let's see where this place is. Okay, not what I wanted. Guess I could have clicked on that. Would have made my life way easier. Oh, I guess you go physically in there in order to next. I wanted to go to the county clerk office because I wanted to ask them some questions I had. But okay. Probably not gonna go there unless they can show me like, can I get like an actual government center? Okay, this one might be it. This might be one of those. Let's see. Let me open this up. Okay, I think I'm gonna go here. Okay, this looks like this might be the spot. I don't want to go to just any location because then it's probably like a Dropbox spot or something. A full oh yeah, see this is a mail-in Dropbox spot. I don't want to do that. Let me do this. County clerk's office. I should probably just search for that. Yeah, they should have like had these organized. Because what they just given me, they just gave me like just a bunch of like addresses, locations, right? Like the county, and then like the address, and they don't tell me like what any of these are. If these are like drop box locations, polling locations, or anything like that. Okay, for early in person. Oh, okay. They have it was a whole different tab for me to do that. Okay, okay. Now we're talking. So, oh yeah, so it is the government center. All right, so it is the government center. Okay, so this is where I'm going. Okay, so we're going there tomorrow morning. All right, well that's fun. All right, let's I guess I'll just do one more mission here and let's wrap up stuff over here. Mm-mm. Oh, could probably put that back up some a little bit. Not anything crazy, but what time is it? It's 1:52. So I got like a few more minutes because I'm gonna wrap this up starting at 2. But all right, I got my little melon ballot. I'm gonna put you right here so that this is done. Cool. Everything looks really cool here. Shred these right here for right now. Remember to shred that. And where am I going? I guess I'm going to Blackened Forest. I want to say that's about it. I can't really think of oh, you know what? I'm using like the wrong characters. God damn, we can have 15 teams now? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I must have missed that. I missed that update for sure. Let's see what we have. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to. Can I have this them? Who do I want to? Trying to find people that I would like to have it so that I can like milk some experience points on here, because experience points is far and few in between for sure. Yeah, forget it. It's probably just gonna have to be that team, right? Or do I have a? What about my unknown team? Yeah. I'm gonna use these guys. And in fact, for her, can I limit break her? I can. And she's like relatively cheap, so we're just gonna go ahead. Narball. Alright. God damn. 1 million. It's crazy. Yep. Added the. Alright, guys. There ain't nothing much else for me to do at this point. We did our melon ballot. I tried to have this conversation with AI. This AI was not giving me any good reasons to vote for Trump, unfortunately. Like I said, I was gonna vote for Harris. I was trying to keep an open mind. With all of the graces that I tried to give for Trump, it just ain't gonna work. Just ain't gonna work. So now we're gonna see what happens, right? My prediction. So what is my prediction? My prediction is going to be, if the polls are to be believed in the way the general consensus is with all of society here, Kamala Harris is going to win. The question is by how much? If it becomes the case that she wins and it's a super tight race, we're going to be in for a world of hurt. Now, luckily, Trump isn't president. So that means that we don't have to worry about another January 6th happen, because like Biden will make sure that the Capitol is actually secured. So I'm not even worrying about that. I really am not worrying about that. It will be fine there. It's just the stuff that be taking place before that, right? Because just remember, the fake elector scheme, this is what I'm saying, the fake elector scheme was stuff that was happening before January 6th. I don't pay attention to January 6th. It's all about the stuff that happens leading up to January 6th. And so in this regard, the thing I would be worried about would be all these Republican states, right, that started passing these crazy, like, weird laws as the election is getting close, is going to put a lot of doubt and risk into, like, the counting process. So we're going to see that, especially in Georgia. Georgia is definitely going to be one of those. We won't have to worry about that with Pennsylvania. I'm not worrying about that with Virginia. Like, even though Virginia was doing that weird stuff with, like, the voter rolls or whatever, like, we're not worrying about that. I haven't heard of any particular laws in Arizona. However, I do believe Nebraska was passing, like, some crazy law where they was going to, like, mandate an electoral vote to go to Trump regardless if he wins the state or not. Like, in the vote, it was just, like, crazy to me. There's that. So I guess ultimately in the end, my prediction is going to be that Harris is going to win. It's going to be a tight race. Or it's going to be a tight margin, and then that's where the chaos is going to come from. If she win, I doubt it's going to be a landslide, but there is a chance that she could win with enough of a buffer to where there won't be nothing to worry about. Because we're talking, like, if there's places where she won by like 1,000 votes, oh my God, is stuff going to get crazy. But that'll be it. If we get through that, then it's a done deal. Because then once that happens, like I say, I ain't got to worry about nothing regarding, like, a January 6th happening. And then the states, Biden obviously ain't Trump, so he's not about to sit there and try to make a whole fake electoral plot to try and change votes. So yeah, I guess that'll be that. That would be that. So with that being said, that more or less kind of changes a lot, you know. I'm actually going to spend this time now real quick, like the next, like, just 3 minutes, doing something real fast. I sharpen the video. Freeze. Do I not? Are these not available? Hold on. Am I tripping? I'm messing with, like, OBS stuff now, guys. So while I have this game playing auto for me in the background, I'm like I'm gonna try and, like, clean up some OBS stuff while I'm at it. Okay, so I do already have that, but I don't have. This is gonna be a problem. I don't have the thing. Like, where's all my fancy, like, moving stuff? I don't see it. I'm gonna have to. What I'm probably gonna end up having to do is, like, rebuild OBS from scratch. I'm probably gonna have to do it anyway once I do this migration to my server anyway. So, I guess, you know what? I guess you guys can watch me. Let's actually do some of that now while this is playing. Let's try to get. Ew, that's gross. Let's actually try and get yeah. Try and get our server up and going. So this was the server I finished building. I'm using Unraid. I'm using the trial version right now to make sure it works out properly. Like I said, I only got, like, 2 parity drives and two 2TB hard drives, and then, like, 4 1TB SSDs I'm going to use. Well, 2 of them for catching and 1 for, like, specific device stuff. Why is it freezing like that? Hold on. The reason it's freezing? No, it's balanced. So I don't know why it's freezing like that. But anyway, what I want to do now is I want to figure out how to get Restreamer This is going to transform into a text stream now, guys. We filled out our ballot. We know where we're going to in like 4 more hours. I'll go to sleep. Now we're going to do this here. Restreamer. Restreamer has a Docker image. Restreamer runs everywhere. The Restreamer Docker image is easy to install. This is what I want to use. Restreamer offers free video streaming in real time. Stream video of IP cameras live to your website. Distribute. Yes. So this is kind of what I wanted. Okay. If it's a Docker image, that works out perfectly. Okay, so I wonder if it's already like naturally available on. Oh, hold on, let me just kind of finish this here. I wonder if it's just naturally available tools. It's shift, right? Okay, I was like, I know it's a button on the keyboard I hold in order to like move the thing over. No. Plugins maybe? Is that under plugins? Yeah, that's my install plugin, right? Oh, I guess not apps. Let's try apps. I wonder if it's just naturally available here or I have to do it manually. If I have to do it manually, I'm a cry. And beautiful. Oh, I don't have my array on right now. Right. Okay, let me tools. I might just do this tomorrow. Settings. Docker. Right, I had it disabled because I was changing the MTU to 9000 for IPv6 addresses. So like I keep the standard MTU to if you know what I'm talking about. If you don't know what I'm talking about, basically like how can I explain this in layman terms, right? When the computer communicates with a network device, there's a standard size and a packet. A network packet can be that's 15, that's 1500. That's like a standard like Ethernet frame, I guess, like for lack of a better word. And so if you exceed that, it becomes what's called a jumbo frame, which is kind of frowned upon more or less for a lot of reasons. But me, I was like, you know something, I'll keep it the standard for your regular IPv4 addresses, but I'll jumbo it to 9000 for IPv6 addresses. And I spent a lot of time, more time than I probably should have last night, getting it to work where I can like segment that for IPv6 addresses. And I was only able to do that as far as the router is concerned. So my computers will attempt to do it across the board for both IPv4 and IPv6 until I figure out how to get them to differentiate. But at least on my routers running custom firmware, I can at least prevent them from like leaving my router jumbo, right? Because I only want my internal networks to be sending jumbo frames to each other and not the actual internet, because there'll be a lot of problems if that's the case. Or I assume there's going to be a lot of problems if that ends up being the case. So let me enable my Docker image and let me enable my VM image. I just want to get Restreamer installed and see, and then just see what happens from there. And then first off, for my shares, array must be started to view shares. Okay, that's fine. All right, plugins. I'm sorry, not plugins. It's tools. My characters is really clearing through stuff. Is he? Like at least she's getting her. She's leveling up a little bit, trying to make use of where I can. Damn, you get a lot of anvils. No, it's apps. I'm tripping. Yeah, it's apps I want. Array not started. Only plugins. Let's see what we got here. Docker service not enabled. Only plugins available to be installed and managed. Okay, so I do need to start my. I was trying to see if it'll let me do it without starting my array. Fine. Yep, let's go ahead and start her up. That's going to take like a minute. Get the array spinning. um. Oh, I hope I pronounced your name right. Oh, Koku. Hey, welcome. My Kamala Harris for President yard sign came in today. So thrilled to let the haters know I stand on business. Hell yeah. Standing on business. I voted for her because she is Black/Indian and a woman. Well, cool. Good on you. Good on you for voting. First and foremost, just I'm happy you voted, period, right? Because a lot of people don't vote when they should, right? People should do their best to like take part in the democratic process and vote. Me, I voted. I just finished voting for Kamala Harris. I just finished my mail-in ballot, and I'm gonna go drop it off at the county clerk office in like 4 more hours or 5 more. Well, actually, I'm glad you just brought it up, right? I still had it in my mind that I was gonna go there like early, and I just realized I probably don't even need to do that. Where is Jesus? Where's my, oh, there it is. What I need to do is I need to see what was the hours. I just had it. Okay, cool. Ooh, no, actually, oh, it's early. Okay, so I can actually sleep. I get an extra hour of sleep. So 4.5 hours. I guess I'm doing it in 4.5 hours. In 4.5 hours, I'll go drop off or go head to wherever. In fact, let me actually see how far this place is. If I'm going for home, and it is okay, it's not too far. Nice. Yeah, it's not too far. So yeah, I get to sleep for like 4.5 hours, and then I'll just head on over there and drop off my ballot. Let's see. Great. Well, we have to keep it tight in the Black community. You are awesome. Thanks. Yeah, no, voting is that's super important. I said I finished my mail-in ballot, voted for Kamala Harris, and we'll hopefully, let's see, hopefully she wins. And then if she does win, hopefully is by like a large enough margins that like after all of the funny business that that the Trump side is going to do, that it withstands all of that, because it would have been like a big enough margin to where like there shouldn't be any question that she won in certain places. So that's that'd be my take on that. I'm actually about to wrap up. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm about to wrap up this stream now in a moment. You just, ooh, why is this? Okay, here we go. Yep, let's install. Where does this install to? It's a good question. I'm gonna need to find out where these things are actually installing to. I wonder if their browser failed to communicate with unreached server. Attempt to fix via reload page. Funny. Sorry, we're geeking out over here. I'm just trying to get one thing installed real quick before I go, so I don't have to do this later. Come on, you hoe. Okay. Right? It's, yeah, like I know I'm not tripping. Okay, cool. All right, let's see what this is talking about. All right, so we're gonna stop the game here. Pull this up. Let me figure out what they got going on. Name restreamer allows smart blah blah blah. features, interface, HTTP API. To get a full list of available variables for the container, blah, 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 repository, network type. Oh, God. Sure, bridge. Console shell command, bash or shell. I feel like I should use shell. Privilege, you don't need to be privileged. Data path, mount. We'll have to. I have to debate this. We're gonna have to debate this. All right, let's see what we got here going. All right, let's see. What is your opinion about Waltz? I was hoping Kamala would pick Nancy for VP. It's funny. Kamala and Nancy, what a power duo. Waltz is actually pretty good. Waltz was actually probably the safest, awesome, bet she can do. Cause now, like, I guess like the best way I can say is like representation for both sides would be good. Cause Kamala Harris, she's a woman and she's black. Right in the end, right, and then you got Waltz, male, male for one, because she could have just as easily just picked another woman, but male, and then also white too, so it shows like that collaborative, inclusive spirit. When I think was like really good, and then like he has like a solid foundation, right? I haven't seen anything crazy come up for him. Whatchamacallit, they're both gun owners. You know what I'm saying? So like it helped like also fend off like those type of attacks with that stuff. He isn't like crazy or does anything like weird like JD Vance. I'm trying to think like what else. Yeah, like I have like a relatively positive perception of him thus far. So so far so good. So far so good. We're actually getting yeah. It looks everything. I think everything's good. Everything's done. I'm sorry that I'm about to leave as you just joined, my friend. We've been streaming for a couple of hours now. We did our mail-in ballot. Kamala Harris gonna drop it off. Yeah, the stream was fun. The debate I had with the AI was like relatively okay. I need to figure out how to make it a little bit more argumentative, because like no matter how much I was instructing it to be disingenuous, argumentative, even use lies and stuff, is like as I'm debating with it, it can't argue with me about like some of the stuff that's just factually the case for Trump, and why Trump is like it shouldn't be considered to be fit to run for office. So I don't know. I really don't know what to do with that, with the bot at this point, but we'll see. All right, now we just got to see how this election turns out. So with that being said, guys, I appreciate you all. I love everybody. Thank you all for joining. I was keeping track of everybody that's stopping through. I'm sorry. I'm still getting used to my new setup, and like we were still having some technical difficulties. What I'm probably going to end up doing is I'll probably put my move my stuff over there on the other side, just so that it'd be easier for me to catch chat when I'm doing it. Yeah, actually, that's probably what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna move that right there. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Okoku. I'm hoping I'm saying your name right, Okoku. Thanks so much for stopping by, my friend. We are now getting ready to peace out now. So you guys take care.
Will Almighty ever stop being trash? Can he ever not be sorry? Find out next time on Almighty's stream.